is big, and it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Welcome everybody to the Bicycle Casino. We are live at the Bike. I'm Denny Williams, and today we have a very special match play head-up competition. We have Shirley Rosario from PokerBabes.com and John Grandy from the College Challenge for Charity we just had on March the 5th. Shirley, what's the game today?
We're playing a $200 no-limit hold'em, freeze-out structure.
Okay, what do you think? You gonna win this right off, or is it gonna take a while?
I don't know about right off, but I'm confident about my play.
All right, John, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, John, most of the schools from the College Challenge of Charity was USC and UCLA. Do you attend one of those?
None of the above, actually. I'm from Santa Barbara, Gauchos.
All right.
And I feel like I'm out of my league here against Shirley. So I'm hoping Lady Luck will bail me out, and I'd like to say hello to everyone. Silmar, North Hollywood, Van Nuys, watching me now.
Cool. Just remember, she twitches that right eye. It's a bluff, okay? All right. Here we go. Let's. You guys ready to play?
Ready.
Yeah. Small blind, $3, $5 big blind, shuffle up and deal. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, guys. Thanks again for joining us live at the Bike. My name is Bart Hansen, and I am here with a new commentator, Jana Zelkovic, and I apologize if I butchered your last name. And, of course, here we are doing this $200 no-limit freeze-out. How are you doing tonight, Jana?
I'm good, Bart. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we got $3 and $5 blinds. For you guys that watched the show before, it's going to be the same thing as we normally do with our $200 restricted game. You know, the yellow chips are $5, blue chips are $1. And freeze-out, for those of you that are unfamiliar, basically means that we're going to play until someone goes broke and someone has all the chips. So it's not a tournament structure, it is a cash structure, and I was notified that John Grandy, because he won the raffle, the Bicycle Casino has put up his $200, that was part of the raffle, and Shirley is playing with her own $200. There isn't any type of rake or jackpot taken, so it's just a pure cash game freeze out, and the blinds aren't going to increase. It's going to be 3-5 the whole time, and this is kind of unique. This is the first time we've ever done kind of a heads-up match here on our show. Of course, heads-up poker is almost a totally different science than full table poker, especially when we're talking about no limit play. You can almost play, any two cards, especially if it hasn't been raised. Of course, Jana, we talked about no limit hold'em having a lot of implied odds, much different from limit hold'em.
Probably going to get raised every hand, Bart.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Right? You're rooting for me, right?
And of course, and also when you're playing short, especially heads up, the value of hands go way, way up. Any ace is a really, really good hand.
Exactly.
Heads
A
up.
pair is overkill
Any pair,
usually.
any small pair is really good. Sometimes the problem that you get into, though, with a small pair is if you do have a call and a flop comes, like if you have 2s, 3s, or 4s, and you have all over cards, if you're out of position, you have absolutely no idea where you're at. And if you flop any pair, too, it's great in heads up. Bottom pair, middle pair, top pair is a monster.
Don't have to worry about kickers, which is what a lot of
Now,
limit players worry about.
I saw that we have an 8-9 and a Queen 4 here. We'll get those cards up relatively soon. And
Should we put that down?
the dealer will help us to announce the play, the amounts of the bets, and we'll try to
So the blinds would raise. Okay.
get everything. And the game's going to go kind of quick because, again, it is heads up.
Lines are relatively big for how short their stacks are starting off. I mean, 3-5 lines for 200 stacks.
That's true. It's true.
It's pretty big.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't last that long, I don't want people to think it's because of the players per se. But
Come on, John. Put those cards over that window. Shirley's got pocket 3s here. We can see that.
John's excited. He's raising. He hasn't shown his
And he's
cards.
going to raise. Come on, John. Slide those cards over the window. And Shirley's going to muck the pocket threes, so we didn't know what he had. So he looked like he raised it up to 25 or 30. What do you think a standard size raise would be in a heads-up game like this type of structure?
I don't know. I mean, 15 or 20 seems small, but like heads up, I think that ultimately a good player wants to keep the pots pretty small because then skill has a lot more to do with it than luck.
Right.
You don't really want to make it 50 before the flop when it's a quarter of your stack, just in case the person has a monster hand that hand.
Now John's got
15, 20 bucks.
John's got an 8-9 offsuit. There we go. All right.
Yeah.
Shirley's got a 3-4
Shirley's
offsuit.
not catching any cards.
The other thing that's interesting about heads-up play, Yana, that people aren't familiar with is that the first round of betting is actually opposite to what people are accustomed to. And look, John flopped
this is
two
interesting,
over cards in a
Open
open straight draw, and Shirley has a pair, and she's going to bet 10. And John's flopped a pretty nice hand here for heads-up play, and he's going to raise it up right away to 40. I still think it's going to be a little bit difficult for Shirley to call here early on. She's got to feel him out a little bit. He's been playing pretty aggressively the first few hands.
Yeah, she's got a muck.
And she's got a muck. Now, when I talk about heads-up play being a little bit different, it's because the first round of betting, the button is actually first to act when you're playing heads-up. And then, the button is the small blind, so he or she has the option to complete the bet or raise. After the flop, then the position is reversed and the button is last to act. But the button is actually first to act pre-flop, which is different than any other type of situation in Hold'em. This is very, very unique where the button is actually first to act, and it's just only that first round.
That about heads up to point that out is because you get to be first aggressor and then you have
and
position.
Then you have position afterwards.
Exactly. I feel like it's win-win. I mean, obviously the buttons win-win all the time, but especially in heads up play.
Shirley's got a 6-jack offsuit. She raises to 15, and John's got an ace. Dude, sometimes you'll see players re-raise with an any ace. He is out of position here, though. No one's got any type of hand here. If I'm John right now, I feel that like I might have the best hand. I got to put a feeler raise out here. Unless Shirley's got a pocket pair.
Ooh.
And he quickly mucks. Shirley did show a lot of aggression that time. She hadn't really done that
But
beforehand.
pair boards don't touch them any hands.
Yeah,
That's why,
especially heads up.
Exactly.
You know,
King 7-7.
Again, when you have any ace, for those of you that will watch, WPT tournaments going down to heads up, I mean, usually players will almost always re-raise with any ace or any pair. The only time that they might smooth call a pair heads up is just possibly to trap someone. If they hit their set, they can make a lot of money. What do you think the difference between tournament heads up and cash game heads up in a freeze out situation? Do you think there is a difference?
Well, the blinds obviously.
The blinds don't go up. I know that.
And the relative value, the relative size of your stacks. I don't think in a tournament,
Right, you're never going to end up equal.
Exactly.
Right, we're starting totally
There's
equal here.
There's always going to be somebody that's pushing on a smaller stack.
Okay, so Shirley checks, and John's going to use his position to bet. And Shirley's going to check raise here with absolutely nothing. And John has the best hand, but of course he can't know that.
He can't know that his 6 kicker on his 8 high is good.
Again, well, you would think that he would.
Wow.
If he's going to call a re-raise, he's going to call. That's got to slow Shirley down. Again, we see flat calls in no-limit hold'em can sometimes be acted as raises. So what is Shirley going to do here? Well, now she's got a flush draw.
Right.
Wow, and John checks behind there, and now Shirley's hit her flush, excuse me. And,
and he hit
John
his
has
pair.
a pair.
He might think it's good.
John has a pair.
She's underbetting the pot, though. I think.
Pot's about $80.
Yeah.
And it's going to get a call. And
Call.
Shirley's going to be up
Nice,
2-1 in
Shirley.
chips right here.
Very good play, Shirley.
And I think where John went wrong in that hand, if he was going but if he was going to call the flop, I mean, there was different reasons why you would call the flop. I probably wouldn't call the flop in that situation. But if I'm going to call the flop and it's checked to me on the turn, I'm definitely betting.
Exactly. I was
definitely betting. You've got to use your position.
Bluffing the turn, but call with the intention of checking the turn? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't usually call with the intention of trying to get a free card in a heads-up play.
He didn't even have a draw for a free card. I was confused by that play, actually.
Yeah. So Shirley's quickly about 275, and John's probably got about 125.
That's good. It's nice that Shirley caught something.
Let's see Shirley's. Oh no, Shirley's got big slick, ace king offsuit.
But John's got a hand too.
John's got 10-jack suited, which is a good hand heads up, of course.
Wow. Let's see what flop. Oh.
Flop is ace, king, 6. Shirley's got top 2 pair, and John has got a gut shot
Royal
royal
draw.
flush draw, and John checks behind it. Now
Oh,
John
he's
has a
trapped.
pair with a flush. Now if Shirley leads here, you might think John's going to push. Now John's going to
John's
lead,
gonna lead.
and let's see, Shirley's probably going to put up a raise, unless she's going to call here as a trap. So Shirley checked behind John.
I don't think she knows he has as strong of a redraw as he
Of
does.
course.
Oh, go Shirley.
And she's going to
Nice
go
hand.
all in. And I got to think John would I would think that probably the best play here for John would be to call just the
Yeah.
amount of outs.
Absolutely.
10 jack, you've got a queen, a jack,
Wow.
or a 10. You
Here
think.
it goes.
Here we go. The river card, drawing to a heart. And it's
Oh,
and Shirley fills up. And that's going to do it for us here. We thought it would go pretty quick.
Well, we mentioned that in the beginning.
Yeah, Shirley. I mean, I got to say, Shirley got lucky with that flush a couple of hands ago, but this was a great hand and just a great example about heads up play and
Well, to Shirley's
short-handed
benefit,
play.
the hand a second ago, she did have the best hand. She was bluffing with the whole way.
Oh, okay. 10 minutes. That's,
Yeah, broken. I mean, broken table. Go ahead. Yeah.
Nice play, guys.
So we are going to be back here in a couple of minutes with a 200 game that's going to be already in progress, so the normal game that we do here on Wednesday nights. Again, we didn't know exactly how long this was going to go, but we are going to have a $200 restricted buy-in, no-limit game, a full table game, like we normally do on Wednesdays and Saturdays. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes, and I think Yana will join me again.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We'll
so
be
we'll
here
see
all
you guys
night.
back here in a few minutes.
well, the jack's probably worthless. I knew that. But going nuts into the jack came up.
And we are back, and through the power of editing, we are back in a few seconds, not a few minutes. Of course, I am Bart Hansen along with Yana here, and we're picking up a $200 restricted buy-in, no-limit game, moving from heads-up play to a full table. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the chips, the yellow chips are $5 chips. The blue and white chips are $1 chips. The blinds for this game are $3 for the small blind, $5 for the big blind. When people sit down at the table, they must buy in for $200. If they go under $100, they can rebuy and put their stack up to $300. So since this game has been going for a while, the chip stacks are getting fairly deep. We see some people with over $500 in front of them. We are going to introduce the players right now. In seat 1, we will get that gentleman's name in a second. In seat 2, we have Anthony. In seat 3, we have Terry. In seat 4, we have George. Seat 5's name is Aaron. Seat 6 is Elio.
You know the actions on you, class?
Seat 7 looks like Devon. Seat 8 is Ron. And seat 9 is Jennifer Bankson, who's been in the booth with us a few times. And Yana, you're familiar with a few of these people at the table, I know that I am, right? You played with Terry and
Just Terry
Jennifer.
and Jen. I don't really recognize any of the players.
George has been on the show before, seat 4. Terry's very kind of a tight, solid player, so is Jennifer. They're not going to play a lot of hands. But when they do play the hands, they play it the right style, which is aggressively. Like I said, tight, aggressive way is the best way to beat this game. And, you know, commonly we see in this game, my own personal opinion is to really fast play almost everything, because you're going to get calls from people with inferior hands that really shouldn't be calling. So I like to bet my hands will have the best hand just for value. Anyways, how do you feel about that?
I totally agree. In this small size of limit game where you can't really protect your hand that much after the pot gets so big, pre-flop, you have to play it fast and take it down as soon as you can.
One of the
After
other
the
things.
flop with 3 players or so, pretty much people have odds to call with almost any draw, especially if this guy like in the 1 seat or a couple of the short stacks.
Right. One of the other things, too, that I've realized over the last month and a half or 2 months of doing the show and seeing so much no-limit play is that restricted buy-in no-limit play really is almost a different type of art than the unrestricted buy-in. Again, we talk about the fact that you can't make a lot of moves because people who are short-stacked have odds to call if they've put in some money in there. But at the same time, you have to pay attention to how much people have in front of them, just like in an unlimited game, but especially in this game. You know, if you see somebody calling with a pocket pair when someone whose stack is only $100 makes a raise to $30, well, that's really not the correct call because you can't make enough money from that guy. So,
it's a really interesting hand.
25.
So right off the bat here,
Queen.
for all of you those that are again unfamiliar, the way that we do this, and normally we're gonna refer to players by their seat numbers, just because it's easier for us and easier for the viewer, people coming in. Explain to you how the seat numbers work. When we have a head-on view of the dealer, seat 1 is to the dealer's left, or from this perspective to the right of the dealer, and it goes around in a clockwise fashion, and Jennifer is seat 9. So when we refer to seat 5, we're talking about the guy right opposite the dealer, right there, and so on and so on. And of course, we have whole cameras in this table.
Raised to 15.
Those of you who have seen the new issue of Card Player magazine, we have a
60.
giant advertisement in the back
Right on
of
the
the
back
magazine.
Back
So
cover.
I hope that some people are seen that magazine or watching this for the first time. I'm glad that you joined us. So seat 7 looked like he brought it in for 15 with pocket 9s, and no one called.
What do you think about Seat 2 putting down King Queen in the hand? What do you think about that hand in No Limit in general?
Well, you know, King Queen from the button, again, we have to take a look, and it looks like seat 7 has a lot of money in front of him. And seat 2 also has a lot of money. So from the button, I don't necessarily like King Queen offsuit as a hand to call. I don't know if that's been the standard raise for this table or not. He is on the button, so he does have position. And if he hits his hand, you know, he can make the guy go broke. I probably would have called there just to see what the flop was, just because the guy has so much money in front of him.
The only thing
with
is
the
he's in
razor.
the small blind, actually, now that I realize that the button just moved.
Oh, he
So
was in the
small
small blind, so I wouldn't have called.
I
No,
wouldn't
not
either.
with King Queen offsuit.
Such a trouble hand, even in Limit.
Looks like we're not going to have any action on this hand, and it's going to be chopped. We talked about that. We're talking about kind of beats the casino collection when we don't see a flop. And this is the first time, Yana, I'm going to bring up, those of you who've seen that we actually have the archives up on the website. If you look at the right-hand side of your screen and you click on the tab that says Live at the Bike Archives, you can subscribe. It costs $14.95, and you can get all the shows that we have up on the website. You know, basically, you know, you click on it and it streams live. I know that we have one of the Jerry Buss nights up there. We have Greg Raymer and myself when Greg was playing, and then he came back with me to commentate for 2 hours. I know that we have Mel Judah on there, and be sure to get some other stuff up there
Definitely
as well.
some good feature matches,
Absolutely.
as you've mentioned. As well as the everyday matches. It's good for people to see how other people play and get some experience.
Oh, definitely.
And I think that watching amateurs like this play is a lot more, I don't know, almost important per se than watching professionals, because it's more pertinent to your play if you're ever going to go into a casino or play online. Whereas in, you know, the Phil Ivies and that tournament is versus the cash game that you'd actually experience. Much different strategy.
Well, this is the first and only, you know, webcast of poker, really, of any kind, but especially of live cash games. You don't even see that on television, you know, live cash games. It's unedited, so sometimes, you know, we have to fill, you know, certain areas because it, you know, can become a little slow because, you know, not every hand is a great hand. You know, the guys on TV and the World Poker Tour have the ability to edit hands, and we're here for 4 hours, so...
The editing gives the illusion that they play every other hand as well.
Right, and they really don't.
When they really don't.
Yeah.
3 players.
This is going to be an interesting hand. As soon
Looks
as we
like
put the hands up there.
King Jack, Ace Queen, and Queen King.
In the blind, and he's calling. Oh my god.
How did 14 I missed the action, I'm sorry.
No, actually, Jennifer mucked King Queen from seat 9. Again, very tight player, offsuit. I think that seat 7 brought it in for a raise, or seat 7 might have brought it in for a raise, that's why.
6 is the big blind, he called.
You are next year.
Actually,
the bet at 65. Or excuse me, 55.
6 was
Big
the
blind.
the small blind. Yeah, actually, you're right. It was
Big
the big
blind,
blind. Yeah. And You know, it's a little bit. I'm not exactly sure how much if that hand was brought in for a raise, but normally 4-10 offsuit is not going to be a profitable hand to call from the big blind.
I question that call as well.
Yep. But again, I mean, no limit. You can almost play any two cards because of the implied odds. They come with them.
Right, flopping 2 pair.
Usually you want to have coordinated, suited cards.
Connectors help.
Right, low suited connectors in this game have value, unlike in limit where you really don't really have a lot of value because the implied odds in limit are capped by the bettings on each street.
5-6 or 5-7 of hearts in my hand and a couple of people pushed. You put those people in overcards.
Raise it, make it 20.
So the deck should be rich in your hand. And if you hit anything, and your draws are all clean on the low end of the spectrum.
Seat 5 actually has
4
aces.
players.
This is going to be the first time, Yana, we see this tonight.
Oh, 4. Taking it 4 ways, this should be interesting.
Damn it, this has 4 equals.
And Seat 3 has got,
Well,
he's got a flush draw. Got a flush draw with overcards, so
That would be Terry. Let's see how he plays that.
see if he checks the razor or if he's going to put a bet in here. Again, it's a ragged flop, so
65.
Terry's the type of player I wouldn't be surprised to see a check raise here. Now the raise is 65. He only has 200, so that's kind of the problem though, because he would almost have to check raise all in for it to be a move, because he can't really flat call one time to have odds to pick up a club on the turn unless he's going to commit himself the whole way. So let's see what he does.
I think he's just calling.
He is just calling. Well, check. And he's going to check, and he's made his flush on the turn. It looked like he checked blind there. And he's and the aces push all in, and Terry's going to quickly call. Aces are totally.
Busted aces.
Aces were actually drawing to an ace or a 3. Could have given him the full house, but didn't quite catch it.
Whole time so flush, that's not fair.
Sorry, I didn't realize the paired board. I was just noticing he didn't have the ace of clubs. But yeah, he had some outs. I don't think that the aces thought that he made it though on the turn, because I don't think he was calling to fill.
Well, Terry did check blind, and actually, I take
a great move with a draw. I love that move with a draw.
I take back what I said. I said that he doesn't necessarily have odds to call 65 because he only had about one. Well, he had about 150 more. So to call 65, unless he's going with the theory that unless a queen, a 10, or a club comes on the turn, he's going to muck to an all-in. So he could have made 150 more. If he thinks his queen and 10 are good and any clubs are good, he has just about the right odds. If he put the guy in an overpair, I don't know if he necessarily would have called in that situation.
I think most likely he puts the guy in ace-king at that point. I mean, it's tough to give him aces or kings in any situation.
So he thinks his queen or his 10 are good. That's 3 outs, and then 12 outs to the clubs. So
50-50 with 12 outs, 2 cards to come.
Right. But just even on that one card on the turn.
Yeah. The turn definitely affects
he can make 3-1 on his money, so, it's about right.
Do you think the aces should have pushed more with the clubs out there?
He did bet about 65, so he bet at least the pot.
Right. I agree.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Usually you want to bet people off of their draws. And like I said, in that case, if, fundamental, rule of poker, if the guy knew what you had,
would you have played it
he probably would have folded. So he got a call, so it was the correct bet.
Right.
So he just got unlucky,
Raised, 15 to go.
I think that it's
Did you make it 15 or did you pull it?
I pulled your 5 in and pulled his 5 also, of course.
Yeah, of course you did. I had to look at my cards again. Do you have a pin on your money, Sharon?
I don't.
That great middle pair with a gut shot down.
Right, and seat 6 has got a top
2
pair,
players.
ace for the weak kicker. And there's the draw. And there's the straight comes.
Wow.
Check.
He's going to check. Wow, and I'm
That should be a scary card.
very surprised that
very
seat 6
surprised.
would bet here.
30.
Because any king or any 8,
He
and
just
it's,
called.
No floor?
He got a straight then. He has a straight. He's got a king.
I'm very surprised he bet out. I mean, everything got there.
we talk about value betting on the river, and if the guy in seat 6 with top pair with a weak kicker with 3 hearts out there, and any king and any 8 is a straight, chances are that if you bet, you're really only going to be called by a hand that's going to beat you. Either an ace with a better kicker, two pairs,
Even
a
then they
flush, a
just
straight.
chop. You're not worried about
Right.
an ace with a better kicker. You just, I mean, at that point
Right.
you chop. If you just put him on an ace and you want to push him off of it, that would have been a great card to, to scare bet that card.
Did they see those aces?
Oh, they saw you get snapped off.
But any other two cards in the deck at least gave him two pair, if not a straight. So I was very confused with it.
No, I like this call, actually. I should have went higher. The 6-5 I thought was enough for that pot. That was my fault. I go all in and he doesn't call. No.
Earlier he had the ace of hearts.
And I think it's kind of the right play for that guy, too, to check who had made the straight on the river. There is a flush out there, and the king is a higher straight, so, it depends on the way you look at it. Now, king 10's
I'm confused
flop.
that he got there to begin with, but
Just muck him next time.
because on the flop he didn't even have a pair nor a draw. He just turned it. He turned the gut shot with middle pair.
17.
So C8's got a flush draw. Terry's going to lead in with top pair here. Seat 3.
2 players.
So it's going to be a flush draw against king 10 of spades. And
Let's see how much Terry puts in now. He's got to think he has the best hand.
45.
wow, and seat 8 is actually the one that's betting out. And seat 8 is made a straight here, Yana. 2, 3, 4, 5,
Terry
6.
checked the turn? Is that what just happened? I'm so confused how Terry would check that turn.
That's straight.
No, Terry didn't check the turn. He put out a bet. It was a check and a call on the turn.
Okay.
And then the river came, and the guy had a gut shot
Right.
and
With
a
the
flush
clubs.
draw.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought Terry checked the turn, which is why I was very confused because I don't think he would do that.
No, he's talking about your cards.
Guy had a huge draw on the turn there.
I believe it was busted.
It's very hard for us to see exactly what the bet sizes are, so I apologize to all of you
Couldn't
listening.
beat a busted flush.
Not when you had the 5.
As Rick Nebbiolio said, this is the definition of multitasking here. We've got about 5 or 6 different screens going
the
on.
chips all look the same on the screen.
Yeah.
7 players. Go ahead.
Let's see the hands in this one.
I know C2's got a diamond draw here.
Wow, look at how many people took this flop.
And seat 4 with
No one's got top pair.
seat 4 with absolutely nothing is betting in here. With so many people in the pot,
I'm surprised.
I wouldn't make that type of bluff. I mean, you got to figure someone's got diamonds or a queen or a couple of overcards or something,
Yeah.
He
8
just
Hazel took that flop.
and
And it was very coordinated. Diamonds.
seat 6 took it with the
Like they do a 400, 800 hold.
pair of 5s, and now 10 Jack suited's got an open-ended straight draw and a
he
flush draw, and he hits it at
hit
the
it.
end. And the 9-10 actually hits his pair.
Well, if he
Wow.
was betting before,
C2 checks the nuts,
I'm so
and he doesn't
confused.
get any calls.
Yes, he has a king high straight.
He doesn't get any bluffs behind.
If I check the turn and everyone checks behind me, the river comes and it's not a diamond. I'm not going to check the nuts from up front.
So I'm very
I
confused by what just
I
happened.
think he missed a bet there at the end.
Well, I mean, maybe his thinking there was that seat 4. I
He
think
was
was
trying to
original
induce a
better.
bluff. Possibly.
Maybe he actually thought he had the queen, or
Big blind C2.
Yeah, well, he
maybe
had,
that he missed the draw and would bluff at the pot at that point, because the pot's pretty big.
if I have the nuts, like I said, though, and a card comes that doesn't really seem to help anyone unless someone else held 10 Jack, I'm going to bet because I have a feeling that I'm going to miss some bets in there.
Coming early. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll start the table.
The
Yeah,
only
that's a
thing that
raise.
could have given him
40
action is some
45.
two-pair. And I don't think anyone played it like that.
Yeah, but if the guy had bet out with the 9-10 and C4, he might have got a call there with a pair at the end on the river.
Right, exactly.
Now Jennifer's got pocket kings here from the button.
And she makes
Seat
it.
9. I'm sure Brian will tell us.
What's the raise, Brian? Kings versus threes, a classic matchup.
Actually, I think she smooth called there because I don't think
No, I
seat 4 called anything. I think seat 4 brought it in for a raise and Jennifer smooth called on the button. And look at this, seat 4 is going to go all in.
Oh, come on, Jenny. Do it for me, baby. This is the 9-10 guy. She doesn't know that, though. See,
You know,
I think
the only
this is
thing
a
that-
classic. He doesn't push the 7 on the flop. I think he traps.
Absolutely, Jennifer. It would be. I think it's a calling hand. The only thing I would
Worry
hope
about
that the
his
guy is
aces.
aces, and if he's got
Exactly.
aces, he's got me beat.
That's the only thing she's worried about. There
Jennifer
you go,
calls.
Jen.
It takes her a couple minutes, but she makes the right call.
Nice hand, Jen.
And the guy probably still thinks he's ahead.
Oh, please, no 3.
Well, no 7 now. Or except 7 would give the. You're right. Actually, the guys with 3s is drawing
the
totally
king.
dead.
Kings. 7's
Oh, excuse me. He
On the turn, yeah.
On the turn,
on the
he's done.
turn, he's dead.
Totally dead. Yeah.
Other hands there.
7 comes on the river.
She's got
Jennifer
the king
wins.
high,
Right.
yeah. Nice call,
3
Jen.
comes on the river. She still wins too.
Nice call. It was also good information for the table that this guy showed down a hand and the way he played. Because, I mean, we know that he had 9-10 before and betting to 5 people, but the other players at the table don't.
And I think if the guy with Jack 10 had bet that hand, and the guy probably would have called, and then
Right.
Jennifer would have very quickly called if he played that hand
Right.
the same way.
She looked worried.
I had to think about it.
He just gets all my money with kings. That's just how it goes.
I had to think about, did he have aces?
Well, I mean, if he's the type of player that's going to bring in pocket 3s for an early position raise, usually it's, unless he was mixing his play up on that one hand. Of course, we know that he's not.
Right.
I'm going to make a lot of calls when I think
Right.
that they're borderline because I think I'm outplaying him.
Absolutely.
Freeze out 200. We'll just play 200 freeze out.
Option.
Especially with the coffee.
Once again, a lot of people seeing the flop. Very different kind of game. The 2 funds is no limit games really that I find.
I can tell
the very aggressive heads up kind of games, and we all limp and see the flop and kind of try to trap and outplay each other after the flop games.
Terry's raising from the big blind here with ace jack offsuit. I'm not that familiar with the way that he plays. That's not a hand that I'm going to bring in normally from the blind, unless he senses a lot of weakness. There were a bunch of limpers, and maybe he
Yeah.
just thought that he was going to take the entire pot down right there.
Which he did.
Which
Good
he did.
read, Terry.
So
I'm trying to convince him to teach me, so we'll see how he goes.
Salute. Nice move, sir. Nothing but heart. Seat 4.
Very nice.
winning of the green tournament is still going on here, of course, and I'll get a schedule around here somewhere in front of me. I'll tell you about the events. Tonight is
The no limit tournament, I believe. What's the
$300 it's a 2-day tournament. $300, 2-day tournament, no rebuy. Probably expecting at least 300 or 400 people. I would assume that
Gonna be
the
huge.
prize pool is over 100,000. I think it's a $75,000 guarantee, but I'm sure the prize pool will be well over 100,000. Seen the place has been totally packed here, Yana, during this
Oh,
tournament.
absolutely.
2 players.
Seat 1 from the button's got an ace queen suited, brings it in for a raise to 25, so
I
the
like that.
pot's
On the cutoff.
$50.
Like the flop. Doesn't seem like he's going to get much action from. Well, seat 4 is an interesting
30.
play.
So he's betting 30 into a $50 pot. Gonna take it down.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Winning the green's got about a week left, and we're still doing the super satellites at I believe it's 10 o'clock, 10 or 11 on weekday nights, and then 7:30 on weekends. $50 multi rebuys to super satellite into the main event, which is $2,500 buy-in. No limit hold'em.
Thank you.
Well placed, sir.
Thank you, Brian. In this lot.
They're appreciating Brian being a great dealer. As we always appreciate Brian.
I thought it was funny.
I liked it. Okay, 5 players.
Gonna see
5 limpers.
more multi-way action here.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer's got 7s, and she's flopped a set of 7s, Yana.
Ooh. This is
And
interesting.
she's going to lead right out. I love that play with 2 clubs. I just-
Absolutely.
I
Have
do-
to protect your hand.
And again, I love fast playing. It's not even a question of that you would want to slow play. It's that anyone's going to call you with almost any pair. They always pay you off. Look at this. Seat 4's calling with a gut shot
gut
straight
shot
draw.
straight
So, of
draw.
course, bet you're set on the flop.
Wow.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's why you bet. Like I said, not necessarily to drive people out. I mean, it does that too. But if
Right.
you're going to have guys that call you with gut shot straight draws when they don't have the odds to call, or bottom pairs, then definitely bet when you have the best hand.
Call him Karma. Karma Maker.
Nice hand, Joe.
Good call.
Thank you.
I absolutely agree. I think a lot of people check there. I mean, maybe heads up or even with 2 people, it's not that dangerous. But with 5 people taking a flop, I mean, you have to think, A, someone's got a piece of it, and B, if they have a piece of it, they should pay me to get there.
Well, that's also the type of situation I talk about. Number one, I don't like to chase gut shots when there's a 2 flush up there. And number 2, the guy only has about 150 in front of him. Jennifer has enough to cover him, but your chances of hitting a gut shot, you only have 4 outs on the turn. So the pot is not laying you correct odds to call $30 to hit out, to hit a 9 to 10 to 1, because you're not going to make 400. You only have 150 in front of you. So that's why you need to keep close track of chip counts in these restricted games, and in any game, no limit cash game for that matter. If Jennifer had 1,000 and I had 1,000 and she bet 30, well, I might be able to take one off, because if I think I can get all her money in, if I hit my 9 to 1 on the turn, then okay, then I can do that. But not when I only have 100 or 150 in front of me.
Especially on a club board where you don't even know all your 4 outs are
Exactly.
clean.
Right.
It's just not a good call.
Raise it to 15.
Why did the gun player comes in with raise with 3s, I believe?
Jack King suited.
I'm sorry.
4 players. 4 play.
Doesn't look like anyone really got a piece of this at all.
50.
Oh, excuse me. No, the king. He flopped top pair. Yeah. Sometimes it's difficult, as you can see when it's multi-way, to figure out what the best hand is.
People must think we're crazy, but it's very, very hard for us to see. Guys, we're in a booth, and there's a delay, so. The 3's called in the big blind. I actually like that call.
Again, it depends on how much. I think he raised to 15 or 20.
There's already a caller.
Right, there were a bunch of callers,
Absolutely.
so he's getting the correct odds if he hits a set to win a big pot.
10 to a $60 pot. Right. 5 to 1. I love it.
Talk to me on prison. Talk to me? Not you. Talk to me. Slow down.
I can't play. I've showed you.
Did what?
Oh, thank you. Because I was like, oh, am I going to call? But I can't call.
Screwing up our chop pops?
Seat 6 got an ace queen offsuit on the button. No one's come in. I assume that he's going to put this in for a raise.
Screwing up our pot?
20.
Happy you, girl.
Yeah.
I like that raise.
He was going to make it cheap until you said something. Grab one more chip.
You don't always have to win big pots and no limit hold'em to win. You can take blinds, win small pots.
I think that's what we were saying before during the heads-up matches. Yeah. A lot of the trick to being a good player, especially heads-up, is keeping the pot small.
I think that one of the biggest problems that people make, not necessarily with ace-queen offsuit, but if they're in late position and the pot hasn't been brought in by anyone, no limpers, and they have a very, very premium hand, they limp in with it from out back. Now, I have no problem with you limping in with aces and kings from up front to try to get a re-raise in. But when you're on the button, why would you limp with aces
to give it look
people
like a steal?
To give people to give them free cards in the flop, and then they could beat you.
No, absolutely.
There would be no reason to do that.
Not only that, first I really think it's sketchy when somebody on the cutoff opens up with a limp, because what else could it be? If you had any 2 face cards, any pocket pair, anything you'd play, you'd bring it in for a raise to kick out the blind.
Ooh, seat 4 flop trips, and now he's made quads.
Oh, wow.
Quads on the turn, and he checked his trips.
Does anyone have the 4? Oh, seat 5's got the
15.
4.
Is this going to make the lips
See how seat 5 plays.
Now, this is the type of board when I was talking about how it's not a question of slow playing. This isn't the type of flop when you flop trip jacks that you're not worried about a draw against.
Right.
Okay? But if he had bet on the flop...
the queen, too.
A 4. Jack's full of 4s.
He didn't bet the river at all.
Wow.
I'm very surprised. He had 2 callers on the turn. Could you have played that any more passively, Chen says.
like your hand?
And he checked the river, too.
I'm
talking about misbets and value betting.
Wow.
See, this is what I think he might say. He might say, who's going to call me? So, that's really not the question you're asking at that point. The question you're asking at that point is, I have quad jacks, this is no limit, I have 2 callers, a face card hit. Anybody with a queen or 10
Right.
even might give me a
Someone might make the make the case that he's trying to check to induce a bluff, but no way after there's 3 people in there.
Absolutely.
And the other thing too is, like I said, it's not a dangerous flop for him to slow play with jacks,
Right.
but you could bet it on the flop because you could get a call with someone with a 4.
Absolutely.
And I mean, I understand you're trying to have people catch up, but I just think that he missed several, maybe 10, 20, 30, $40 on that play. Now he won the hand, but
Right.
he lost money because I don't think he played it correctly.
I think in poker you can say winning the hand could be luck, but how much you win with it is skill.
Button's going to raise with his flush draw here. Raises it to 30. And seat 5 with a gut shot. Again, Yana,
Wow.
gut shot with 2 suits out there. So he's drawing to a
Look at that time
Diamond
card
8.
for seat 8. Nice turn, sir.
Yeah, absolutely top pair. and flush
Overkill,
draw.
overkill.
You bet in with 6-7 and somebody raises you and you call a $30 bet with a gut shot. Again with a 2-suited board.
I don't. That's an interesting thing about. I mean, we say it again and again in community card games, especially like Hold'em. If you're dominated pre-flop and dominated on the flop, this guy, even if he hit his gut shot, the Queen 8 had a redraw, not even just to the flush, but also to the gut shot straight. So I'm very concerned with seat 5's play. I'm concerned for him.
Concerned for him, but you might want
Sir,
to play
I'm
with him
concerned.
afterwards.
That's easy, yeah.
Seat 4 raised under the gun. He's got ace-king offsuit to 15.
See, now I'm surprised. I mean, I haven't seen all the other cards, but I'm surprised that he didn't get any action since the hands he showed down have been so marginal.
And then the hands that he won, you got to step back and wonder, what is he doing? Maybe he doesn't understand the value of the hands, or that's what I'm thinking if I'm sitting at the table. So yeah, I'm going to give him action a lot, sometimes.
I just think the good players want to go heads up against somebody who's...
Well, you can also give up some pre-flop equity because you almost know or really feel strongly that if I was sitting at the table, I'd give up pre-flop equity to be heads up with him on the flop because I think I could outplay him
Absolutely.
afterwards. So
Well, like you said, he's pretty short stack, so outplaying him
that's true. That's true.
is limited.
No, but I had to make sure that I read the hand right.
Player's shop.
$45 under the gun.
Ooh, King Queen versus Deuces. By far the best hands at the table. Shop blind. I would have liked to see that. I would have liked to see how the guy plays his deuces. Some people are really good at playing those small pairs, even when a face card hits and putting people on a hand.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what you're doing. That's good.
Wow. There's some banter between Jen and C5. Or 4, sorry. I'll say it again. I know we comment right now and, people's poor play and so, but I still think at the table you should not do so.
Option. More players.
I definitely don't want to influence his game. I don't want him to tighten up anymore. I don't want him to bet his trip jack. Pocket 8s. Did C8 raise pre-flop or was it just slim?
No, he just limped. Now, seat 4 is calling with 2-8 offsuit. A lot of times this comes to me, Yana, and I'm like, it's not a, yeah, it's like,
It's a
it is
gut wheel draw.
I was going to say, a lot of times
Did
it's
he
like,
pick
do I
up a
have the
clue?
right cards up here? And then Evelyn always
The 8s
turns
are in
back
there
to
as
me
well.
and
I'm confused.
says yes, and then of course he hits a set shot on the river.
40.
And
And now he finally doesn't check the hand, check the best hand
But
here.
now it's also a club. I'm so confused.
True,
and
it's
he's not
also
concerned.
yeah.
8's calling is somewhat concerning as well in the flop.
Well, I think it's a good laydown by ace-7. There's a lot of things out there that can beat you. Any deuce or a club draw.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a great laydown. I don't like him not betting the turn, though. I'm confused by that.
I
Once
don't-
again, did I miss something? It's possible, but I didn't see a bet on the turn.
I think he did check the turn.
Thank you.
He's got to be worried. Like you said, I mean, especially with that guy calling. Clubs, any wheel draw. I mean, just to pair his kicker, you just can't give a free card on that board.
I don't know if that guy was going to go anywhere. It's funny. I was reading something
That's
about.
fine. I want him drawn to 4 outs with me
absolutely.
pushing on the turn. I mean,
Absolutely.
that's not the problem.
It's funny. I was reading something again in Small Stakes Hold'em book about that type of
that
play.
book.
This is referring to limit play, where In that case, the guy might want to check behind him if it was a limit game on the turn with an ace and the weak kicker, just because he's going to show the hand down, and if he gets bet into on the river, he's going to call. But the problem is if he bets on the turn and he gets check raised, he's probably going to have to fold.
But see, I think you can safely fold.
Again, this is limit I'm talking about, not in this situation.
I agree, but even I think limit's definitely my game. No limit is secondary. So I definitely think in limit, giving free cards is even worse.
Oh, it is worse. It is definitely.
Here you can give free cards. You can hit miracles. Maybe he has a smaller pair with a 7. You have a 7. He hits his 2 pair. He pushes. I mean, something could happen on that end where you can make up for a lot of mistakes on the river. In limit, you can't. You're limited by that one small bet relative to the size of the pot. And like you said, if I get check raised on the turn, he's not on the club draw. I know that for certainty. I mean, in some high limit games, sure, people make moves like that, but not at these limits.
New dealer coming into the box. I can't remember her name off the top. I would think that I would know after doing this for 2 months, since we've been using the same dealers. Sopat. There we go.
Oh, Terry's talking about the checking in the dark on his Queen 10 of club draw. I like that play. I like the play because they don't know if you have a really strong made hand or if you're going to hit your draw. Either way, you put them to the decision. And with the draw, it's pretty easy because if you completely miss on the turn, you're going to get off your hand.
I'll do that to myself later.
No, I'll muck that.
Seat 5's got 2 9s, raises from the button to 15.
I like that. I like that hand, like the position, like it all.
3 players.
I might actually bring that one in for a little bit more, just to try to get like ace 4 off of the hand from the button there. Again, it looked like he was the first one in, so raise to 15, if people are pretty deep, they can almost call with anything, If he raised to 20 or 25... And seat 8's leading, right, with top pair here. King
right.
10.
The 9s can't think they're good, especially with the guy behind him. They call this pre-flop raise out of the small blind. Yeah. The players seem to be showing one of their cards a lot.
Well,
I don't know how I feel about that.
A lot of times you show that you have top pair just so that people don't think that you're always, trying to bluff them out.
I always think the not knowing is usually works in your advantage.
Of course, as we see, Jan, if you look straight in front of you, we've got the 2+2 thread up, as we always try to read.
Oh.
As our fellow friend and starter of the thread, Kev Math, says that it was a nice one for seat 4 to check quads on the river.
Collingwood, gotcha. Let's try not to pick on one player, but sometimes the same person keeps getting involved in the pots, and we really have no choice. Speaking of which, let's see. He's coming in for a raise.
With 4-5 suited from seat 4.
With 4-5 of heart. Wow. In middle position.
And actually, the thing about this play is I think seat 5's call of that hand is almost worse than the raise.
Wow.
King 10 offsuit. Now, he does have position.
See, you guys don't watch this on the Travel Channel. This just doesn't
he's flopped
happen.
up and down, top pair. And I bet you he's going to check. Well, okay.
He's flopped 2 pairs.
Now, I would really tend. Now, even though it's heads up, I would almost tend to raise here. But of course, he's going to flat call because everyone just loves to slow play everything. The guy
only sport the slow play though. The guy could very well have 10 jack.
Right, that's what I mean. Oh no, he did go all in. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Nice going, guy. We completely agree with you.
Okay. I don't think that board, even if you have 2 pair, is not the type of board that even heads up you want to slow play. Especially with a guy who brings it in for especially a guy who brings it in for a raise in front of you is liable to have at least one of those pairs plus an ace or maybe a queen,
absolutely.
And any paint card that's going to come, if it's not a king or a 10, can really hurt your hand and you're not going to know where you're at. A jack comes, a queen comes, an ace comes. You have no idea where you're
how
at.
to play it now.
Yeah.
But once again, C4 is in a huge disadvantage because she's such a short stack that
Actually, I think
Did he
C4's chip stack. I think he might have rebuy. Let's see here. No, he didn't. He's only got about 75 in front of him.
So you don't think that's
Versus Terry's 600.
A lot of people signed up at the last minute. You were just in there?
If this were a tournament, he'd have to push soon.
3 players.
Of course, he can rebuy again up to 300. He can make his stack 300 right now if he's under 100, but it doesn't look like he's doing it.
Was there a raise pre-flop? I'm sorry.
Yep, seat 5 raised
Seat 5.
15.
Ooh, King Deuce of Diamonds hits the
Seat
flop.
6 cold called him, and he's going to check that hand with top pair and a diamond draw.
Wow.
Seat
What's an
6.
ace hit now? And now where are you?
7 comes, still no help. He's still got a bet. You really would think that you got to put a bet
There
out
you
here
go.
now.
See, now, I mean, the board there.
Well, again, it's not necessarily a thing where you slow play. It's just missed bets, Yana. That's
I
the problem with this
completely
game.
agree.
It's missed
I completely-
bets, missed money.
If he just
Yeah, he
had
can-
the draw, I can see it. If he just had the draw and the pre-flop laser's going to give him a free card, take it.
But
you know?
even if he's against King with a better kicker, I don't know exactly what the odds are, but he's still close to being a favorite with the flush draw with that hand. You know what I
Absolutely
mean?
not.
And it's
Well-
like it's a value if there are 3 or 4 other people. Why not put a bet in?
9
and see if you can
diamonds
get
and
calls?
3 deuces. I
Yeah.
mean, 12 outs, he's at least 50-50. Not to mention he has position and aggression
Right.
if he takes it in the flop, the pre-flop raiser. Checked.
Place it to 20.
Is that a flat call by Jen?
Looks like it. She's got King Queen suited.
So
One of those hands where actually I think a
Okay, and
flat
the guy
call is in order.
Oh, absolutely. Did
Yeah.
the guy open raise? Let's see the hands.
Now she's in first position. She's flopped top pair. Let's see how she plays it. If she
On
tries
two
to do a
club
check
board.
raise, or she's she's
No,
gonna bet
it
right
out.
out.
Nice job, Jen.
And she's a solid player, and people got to respect that bet that she's got at least a queen. I'm thinking if she's calling $20 out of small blind, she's got at least a queen, or maybe ace king of clubs. You know what I mean? Something like that.
I think the call of a raise out of the small blind in limit and no limit is just the scariest move. When the
From
small-
a player that you know is good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because you know they have
absolutely.
to have a really
A
good hand to
smooth
do
call
that.
from a good player out of the small blind is so dangerous because they're giving up so much by being out of position.
And C5 is calling with ace 8. He's got a
He's just got the
backdoor
backdoor
club draw and
club
an
draw.
overcard. Just again, this is
He's
why you
pumping.
bet in this
See,
game
how
because
much,
you.
I feel like she's underbetting that pot.
Looks like she bet maybe 50 into a. I think she bet the pot 50
Did
into
she?
a $50 pot.
Once
yeah.
again, it's so hard to see those bets. We see it from the top down, so I can't judge the
And,
stats.
and a great example again of why to bet your best hand, because if you're going to get a call from ace 8 on
Right,
that board,
right.
why not bet with the best hand?
Absolutely.
She just
Altogether-
made $30. As opposed if she checked it and then maybe bet on the turn, she doesn't
Well,
make
then
anything.
what if a club hits the turn or an ace? I mean,
Right.
Terry,
Or-
you know what the guarantee is?
the king of clubs hits the turn. I have top 2, but where are you? You know?
Uh-huh.
Sure. I didn't see
I like the idea of purifying the flop with a bet. I don't know where I've heard that. I'm sure it's old. I've read it in a million books, but it's
But with, let's see if
such
we
a
get
great
100
idea.
people.
No,
You need to know that people had enough to call you, you know?
Small blind's got the same hand. He's got king queen suited.
Let's see who's in the small blind.
Seat 1.
Jen's button. Let's see if she picks up a hand.
Looks like she's got 8-10 suited. I think she limped.
She limps.
Yeah.
I limp with that hand on the button. King Queen's got a raise here.
It doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
Place it to 40. I wish I would have known.
Jack 3 of clubs, man.
35 more to call.
I think Jen's gonna let go of that. Yeah.
Nice hand, nice hand.
You know, it's funny, Anna. I'm so conservative from up front. I don't even know if I would have raised there with that hand from the
Well,
small
if they're
blind.
all limp, you have to think that you're
Well,
good.
You got to think that you might have the best hand
Unless you
there.
get
But,
re-raised, you're
but
on.
if you do get 2 or 3 callers with that hand and you're out of position, again, actually, it is a pretty easy hand to release. If you have a rag flop, if you're
Right,
able
absolutely.
to either take a stab at it and fold to a raise, or check and fold, then okay.
Well, I think so much limit. No limit comes in you're after the flop play. So I think at that point he's thinking king queen off is even more concerned. King queen suited is such a strong hand that it hits so many flops, that at least with some draw. Overcards, backdoor draws. And if he had 2 players for a significant amount of money, of course he'd have to hit it harder. But with everybody limping, I don't give them anything that significant, especially seeing the hands that those players have shown down. I don't think he was that worried.
This afternoon it was after 7 o'clock. No, this like at 2.
It's still 3.
I hit the 7:10 at 2. I got here like 3:45. 7:10 They had 3 lanes closed. They're doing concrete work right now.
Terry's got jacks.
Oh, go Terry.
It took me forever to get here today.
Is it 3?
Ridiculous.
Queen 5 of clubs.
No
He
warning.
limps.
Ooh, and 5 queen of clubs is going to call. Wow. Yeah, it
Yes,
is
sir.
suited, but it's
So
not
the
really
guy
coordinated,
limped with
though.
Queen 5 of clubs
And then he's going
early.
to call. He's going to call her.
Terry's got to like his hand still.
Oh, absolutely.
But I don't think this player gives him action. He's not the kind of guy to call with a backdoor and an overcard.
What about calling the raise for 20, though? For
Yeah,
pre-flop?
I'm concerned about that. Other than Jen, I'm concerned about the whole left side of the table, quite frankly.
Well, I can tell you, I'd be willing to bet like $100 there'll be at least 100 people at the tournament, which means there's 30,000 here.
I mean, it's advertised everywhere.
Jen's saying that it's 100 people. I think really it's more like 300 or 400.
Absolutely.
Well, they were talking about we're having a traffic problem here on one of the freeways locally, but that might stop some people that may be trying to get here from work. Of course, the tournament starts
It's
at 7:15.
hard to hold tournament players back from a good tournament, let me tell you.
Well, 3 lanes of the 710 are blocked off.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult.
For those of you that
Anybody's
don't live in
coming
Los
from
Angeles,
Orange County,
you don't know our pain.
Long Beach area.
Let's see what this guy limped in with.
Starts at 7:15. You can register maybe until 7:45 or 8. Terry, do you know how late you can register? But I think it's.
I know
Terry's
C5's
gonna raise.
limped in early with Jack 5 suited again, and then actually
Jack.
ace rag offsuit. I really hate those hands, especially in limit. It's just and in no limit. People overplay those hands a lot. You
I
know?
like the 7-9 diamonds. Let's see the flop. Sorry. Wow, the 7-9 diamond still has those hands.
I don't know if we're
Why
going to
does
see
Terry-
any players.
No one's gonna make a move on it. I mean, ace high, king high.
Well, now C5's got a flush draw here, Yana, with an overcard.
I like the bet.
Yeah, that one's on.
Yeah, it's not worth it. There's nothing in the pot.
Battle of who has the most cash.
There are only 3 chips in the pot. No one's gonna fight for it.
Thank you.
You bet you win, sir.
I'm gonna walk down there in a minute and see what's up. I'll come give her a call.
I need to explode this table real quick.
No one's really being overly aggressive pre-flop, I don't think.
Make it happen.
No, I mean, there's a couple live ones at the table, C4 and C5, but,
Right.
you know, most... I've questioned six,
Six.
sometimes
4,
free-flop
5,
calls.
6.
Yeah. People at the bottom of the screen are pretty live ones, but, you know, they're not crazy aggressive either, though. It's almost like a loose passive style.
Right.
It just...
Well, I should go give Jen $100 for that seat.
Terry's got a queen 10 offsuit here. No, excuse me. He's got a 7-5 offsuit from the button. No one's come in. 7-6 offsuit.
19.
Looks like he's just trying to make a steal raise. The problem here, Yana, with these, I don't know if I would do that with that hand because these guys have shown that they've called with almost anything, and it's like if you want to play it, it's almost like the type of thing where you might want to limp.
See, 6,
And deuce 10 of
of
spades. If he wants to play that hand, it's almost the type of thing where he wants to play it because he's got position. He might just want to
And
limp
he's a
because he's
better
not going to
player.
drive. He's not going to drive them out with a raise.
Oh.
So I don't know if
Yeah, but I don't think he gives them any action on the spot.
Of course, we'll see seat 6 check his kings.
Right.
Of course.
Don't do it,
Okay.
Terry. Don't do it, baby. Oh.
Well,
I mean, I see where it's coming from. Paired boards, like we said before. King, king 5.
it's tough to
As soon as this guy calls, he's going to know he's beat.
Yeah.
There's just nothing.
Try to see how much money the guy has.
This guy's probably going to try to smooth call and make a move on the turn, which is just...
And the real disaster, the real
Okay.
disaster would be, Yana, if he checks the turn, which I'm
I
predicting
hope
that he's
Terry
going
catches
to.
the runner straight at this point.
He's got a chance
picked
for
up
it.
a gut shot.
I hope Terry checks behind and the guy catches an
Of
8 on the
course.
river.
Yeah.
Would
The
you-
guy's going to check it. You know he is. That's what they do. Terry checks
And he
behind.
checks it. And let's see an 8 on the river.
There you go,
Just
baby.
A lesson.
Just
No, Terry hasn't checked it yet. He hasn't
he
checked
has
it yet.
to. He will. The guy's already talking about kickers. Terry.
I would take my free card if I was Terry here.
Oh, yeah. He won't do it. There
No,
you
he
go.
does. Well,
He
let's
checked
cross
it.
our fingers for the
8,
8.
baby, 8 to teach him a lesson.
Oh.
Oh, the clubs get there. Now
But
the guy's
now-
going to check because he's scared of the club.
Again, but that's just as good though.
Oh.
Just as good,
Terry,
yeah.
don't make a move, baby.
Just as good an example as to why not bet the kings
But
because
Terry now doesn't. This is Terry's thinking. He can't show 7 high, but at the same time, he doesn't want to commit any more money to this pot. There
yeah,
you
he
go.
does. That's a great shot. I mean, just
Yeah,
that type of
absolutely.
thing you got to give up.
Nice. Don't show the 7 high, baby. Don't do it.
You know.
There you go.
What I was going to say was that obviously we'd love to see an 8 come, but the club at the end is just as good because it kills all the guy's
his-
action. So why
Well,
would
the
you
guy
check
wasn't
the
going to
turn?
get a penny out of him unless he hit a straight.
Of course we know that,
Right.
but why would you give up 2 free cards for a club if the guy was on a flush draw? It's unbelievable.
Bart,
It's-
honey, I keep agreeing with you like you don't know. And we don't agree on much, but this week we... I mean, there's just, honestly, I think I'm going to coin this, but there's a difference between slow playing and not playing. Don't you
Yeah.
think? I feel like these guys are getting no money with their great hands, and they're giving up a lot of money with their marginal calls.
Raise it to 50. You'll be in the next hand, okay? Thank you.
Sorry, sir, I don't have a big enough hand to call you raised. I don't either.
I didn't want to yet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I had undercards.
reading through some of the 2+2 comments. Yeah, and I was just pointing out the guy in the bottom. He always makes that, so he always makes that comment. So.
There are no bad hands. That's true. Bad dealers.
Just bad rivers.
Oh, the guys that post on a 2+2 site, lowest common denominator at some points. Guys, come on.
Oh.
Keep it clean and keep it about poker. That's all I can ask.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, I don't really like that hand. I'm gonna live. Is something can raise?
Are you done yet?
No. Raise it to 15. I'm just going to check.
Tell me the sheet open. I'm good with
Okay.
Queen 10 offsuit, seat 5's raising it up to 15.
That's up for 3 players.
I don't like that raise.
Thank you. Good luck, guys.
Let's see how they play this.
Check around.
No, they're going to get checked around. See if someone takes a
King
shot
high.
on the turn.
No.
Still no one has anything.
I'm still confused by the 410 still being in there.
Well,
Yet again.
the thing about this type of flop, though, Yana, is, you know, in a better game, you might want to take a shot at it, but because so many people have been sandbagging trips, especially with seat 5 and seat 6 in the game, it's like...
It looks like our game broke. I looked down and 5 players left.
Seat 6 is betting with his 8. I really think that's not
I
a
thought
time
he should
to...
have bet with King High.
Well, I don't think it's a time to bet that much on the river,
No.
especially because you're only going to be called by a
Calling
hand
your
that's going to
beat.
beat
Absolutely.
that's going to beat you. I mean, it was checked to him, but
That was one for the
say someone had you know, a straight with Jack 10 and knows the guy sandbags an ace and he would check it twice, and then he checks it on the river to try to induce a bluff.
I was really hoping for Terry's 8 to hit. That was really a perfect example.
Well, it would have been just as good if a flush card had come too. You know, it's just,
When I was on the button and I stopped to think about how much I was going to raise, you know, I wanted to make it look like it was a big hand. I mean, that's one.
several seats open here. So.
They play 5-handed. This should be interesting. I expect Terry to get a lot more aggressive at this point.
I pump 45. They're in there. They're in the room going,
Oh, he's bad.
Terry's remarking what we must have been saying on his 7 high move.
It's too late to bet. You can't bet. Yeah.
4 players.
Queen 10. 2 clubs. Again, no one has anything.
We'll see anything here.
And another great.
Too many players and too coordinated on the board.
I was going to say another great example if someone were to have a queen to put a bet out at this flop and not to slow play. But and
Anybody like a
Gary.
he's got an open-ended straight draw.
We have Gary sitting. Gary's a character, good no limit player,
All right, I'm going to go for it.
and a character. I'll emphasize.
So seat 5 bets and seat 8 with a gut shot
That's Seth.
calls.
On a paired?
No,
flush
he just
board.
got 3 jack.
Right.
And seat
Seven.
9 has got seat 5 has got looks like the best hand of the 7.
Yeah. Well, I was commenting on the hand, not the jack 3, that he.
Wrong end of the gut shot.
Again, another example. He puts out a bet though on the river when it gets checked to him. Another time when I would check behind it. He's missed his draw with the 7-9. He does have a pair of 7s.
And he has a hand
Unless
he
the
could
guy,
show down,
unless he
you
thinks
know?
that somebody might call him just with ace high. But you know, how often is that going to happen?
Not
You
in
know?
this game.
Yeah.
People aren't being aggressive enough
10 more minutes.
for that to be the play. Gary should make this game interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing the 2 and the 3 seat play.
Seat open, sir. How many they got so far?
Seat 2 now. His name is Gary.
We're going to get Alex.
Looks like he's got some sort of yellow shirt on.
Very yellow.
Tattoo on his right arm.
seat open in the featured game?
Alex in here.
No check, baby, was raised.
Oh, there's Gary.
Like I said, Gary, love you.
Gary's flop top pair here. He's got Jack 4, early position. He's going to bet
25.
20. He's going to bet the pot right away. Jack with a weak kicker.
Very aggressive guy.
Have you played with him before?
Yeah, I have.
25.
And it looks like seat 6 has got overcards with a gut shot straight draw.
That's
Which again, if he has the right odds, wouldn't necessarily be a bad call, depending.
No, I want you to
And he's hit his straight.
Let's see how Gary
So let's
plays this.
see.
That's a scary card
Now,
for Gary.
Gary bet 75, and let's see what seat 6 does. He seems like the sandbagging type, so. You know, my thing would be, of course, you don't know the guy has Jack 4. Oh yeah, he's going to go all in, and probably Gary's going to lay it down.
Gotta blame.
I don't know if it's muck without a blink, Yana. I mean, he does have top pair with a
Right.
weak kicker. You might have to think a little bit, but.
I'm surprised. I mean, he's got to make a move on that turn card, but that's got to be the worst card in that deck. Gary,
No,
thinking.
that's
'Cause even if the guy just, called him middle pair,
Right.
9, 10, 10 jack, straight,
that's
whatever,
the-
very scary cards.
And that's the type of thing where I would probably want to make a value raise for the guy that made the straight on the turn. I wouldn't necessarily push all in, but at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily call, because if I call, all my action can be killed on the river by an overcard, or almost anything can kill all my action. I probably would, if it was me, probably would have doubled the bet. That's just how I would have played that. I don't know if it would have got a call from Gary.
He only had about 200 in front of him, so it was 75 to him, pushing about
Oh, you're right. Okay,
accomplishes
you're right.
that.
You're right. You're right.
No, I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that's just what he did, unintentionally.
Yeah, he had bet so much, I didn't realize that his chip stack was.
Right.
Again, you don't have room to maneuver as much in restricted buy-in games as
Absolutely.
you would in a 500 game.
Well, you would if you built up your chip stack, as seat 6 has not.
Gary's got an ace-queen suited. Seat 3 on the button, Terry cold calls pocket queens. Didn't even put in a re-raise, and now he's got 4 players against him. Wow.
I don't know.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
And,
Oh,
you know,
Terry.
Well,
See,
see, the thing about this is that
He should have isolated.
It's just, like I said,
that's scary.
It's the same thing that applies to with big pocket pairs from up front when you don't raise. It's like when you have a flop like this, if you take a lot of heat,
You got to get off
you
your
don't
hand.
necessarily have the best hand because no one's raised, so people can be limping with anything.
Let's see what the
It's a 150.
And look at this. He's going to re-raise with trip sixes, and he has trip sixes. And now it's a question of Terry, can he get off the hand? You know, you didn't raise.
Exactly.
So,
So
someone could
this is
easily
the
have a
problem.
6 in your hand, in
Exactly.
somebody's hand.
The problem is if you don't raise pre-flop, you have no information as to the
Right.
strength of these guys' hands.
Well,
he's
going to get off of it, though. I like that.
He is.
If he's going to play it like
He
that,
knows.
then at least
But
he can
he's
get
mad
off
at
of it.
himself.
Yeah.
Terry, you know you're being mad at yourself right now.
Yeah, we talk about chip stack. It's almost a commit where the guy's almost all in anyway, so it's... Well, you know, actually, he had another 250 in front of him, but what is Terry going to push with an overpair? Again, it wasn't raised. I mean, obviously, if you raise there and the guy calls out of the big blind, you're less apt to put him on a 6, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
It's
because
still
it
on a
was just limp.
665 rainbow board if you take a lot of heat.
Yeah.
The question, I mean, in the limit always becomes, would this player make a move? You know, would this player
Is he
commit this
capable
much?
of making a
Yeah,
move?
is he capable? That's the question. And I mean, at this level, I don't think that a lot of them are. I think Gary is, and I think Terry is. I think those two guys are aggressive and make moves. Terry, as we've seen with a 7 high.
See,
Gary with Jack 4 off, I mean, knew he had the best hand on the flop. I truly believe he was confident. I mean, he bet.
Cold calling there with queens on the button is kind of the same thing when I talk about when it's not brought in and you just limp in with aces. I mean,
Right.
you got to raise out the people who have limped in front of you when you have
Absolutely.
queens there, I think. You know.
Oh, that was rough, Terry.
Ooh, aces against tens.
Ooh, let's see how 6 plays this.
Well, you would think you would really want to raise here from the small blind, you know, to get these people out. Okay.
That's why I
So
played
7
the
raised, okay, under
Seat-
the gun.
Seat
7 has
no,
ten.
seat 7 is the big blind. Seat 5 raised to
Oh.
15 with 9-10 off suit.
Wow.
Now seat 6 raised to 50, and I really like that raise, Yana. I really do.
I do
from the
too.
small blind.
As Terry should have.
Seat
with
7
queens.
and seat 8 have good hands.
7 Lux is 10. Wow.
Well,
What do you think about that? I don't know. I say take a flop.
now the
This guy's
question. Well, now
telling
the
you.
question is what is seat 5 going to do with 9-10 off suit from the button? Oh, he is going to muck. Okay.
Let's see him. Come on, let's see him.
Well, 10s are very, very tricky. I mean, we've seen that guy make some calls with some questionable hands. Of course, he hasn't shown down those hands.
Right.
So when someone puts in a huge raise from like small blind, and I'm in the big blind with a pretty decent hand, I have to play my player and think, well, are my 10s good? Would this guy make this type of raise with ace kings?
Right.
And look at
I know, Ricardo.
And look at this. Someone very, very special has walked into the booth that I was not expecting. Kathy Liebert has walked into the booth.
You good? Good deal. Fire in 50? Yeah. How about the fire 50 since you sat down? That's not pocket threes.
Okay. She's going to watch the play for a minute, and I hope she'll be able to talk to her for a couple of minutes.
Mix it up.
Very exciting, Yana. Sometimes, you know, you just see some people. I know this is your first night in here.
It is. Actually,
Walk
I'm
in.
really good friends with Ernie, who's really good friends with her, so I was going to say hi anyway. Nice to see you. Help us out here. We're at a loss sometimes at the pre-flop action.
4 players.
4 players, no raise. Let's see what we have here. Seat 5 flopped the queen high flush draw. Seat 6 with a deuce 9. I'm so confused.
Suited A6 and hot trips.
The ace hit, no one's got it. I think that
Mine's 6
ace
of
is
diamonds.
gonna.
What is it?
Mine's 6 of diamonds, 20.
Bet
Tied
20.
odds. That was last act.
That's why I'm up.
Yeah.
I knew you had odds.
I could have slowed ladies.
So seat 5's got a flush draw here with queen 7.
It was hard to get action
down.
from 2-9, 4-10,
Well, no one
and
really had anything.
4-5. Kathy's at a loss as well. It's not just us.
I think we're going to just talk to Kathy. Right, you're here for the tournament, is that right? So we have about 2, maybe 5 minutes with you, something like that. Yeah.
Probably a good raise. I don't want to finish
Yeah,
that.
if I saw the turn, you know.
You know why there's no Kmart's in Iraq?
How are you doing tonight? Thanks for joining us in the booth. There we go. Pull the mic down there.
That's brutal.
I'm doing great. How
There
you
we
doing?
go. You can hear me. So you're here for the $300 No Limit tournament, I'm sure. Right?
I am.
You
yes.
are. And what do you think about this? You have a Card Player magazine where you're looking at our advertisement on the back. You've heard of this before? Have you been able to catch it online at all before?
I have seen it. Yes,
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. What do you think about the whole live action cash play? It's never really been done before, right?
No, not like this.
No.
It is pretty cool. People can come can watch and see how people play, and then get an edge and come down and play against the
Right,
people that watch it.
right. Have you been able to catch any of the 400, 800 limit games that we've been doing?
No, I haven't seen those.
That Yosh hosts. Sometimes we do those on Thursday nights.
I haven't seen that.
Big white chip games. And actually, Yana and myself are props here. I know that you kind of started your career in Colorado as a low chip prop, right?
Right.
A low limit.
Yes.
Low limit prop. And Yana's a green chip prop here, and I'm a yellow chip prop here. And, really, very, very fond of your story. Building your way up through there, and got a couple of World Series bracelets. Is that correct?
I have one.
One.
2 seconds and one
Two
first.
seconds and one first. Which event was it again that you won the World Series in?
I won the Limit Hold'em Shootout last year.
Limit Hold'em Shootout. Of course, when you go around and you win your one table and then go around in a multi-table, right?
Right.
And
You play one table and then
Right.
you play. Right.
Yeah. Do you play in any big-time no-limit cash games?
I have played cash games, but not real big blinds. The biggest I've played actually was 50-100, and that was against Johnny Chan. So I didn't pick my spot
With
too well there.
50-100 blinds?
Right.
Yeah. And someone would usually buy in between 10 and 20,000, some 5 or 10,000, something like that.
Along that line,
yeah.
usually.
Yeah. Because of course, a lot of people don't realize that no limit cash, no limit hold'em as a spread as a cash game is really a relatively new thing, right? Over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it's not that common.
Yeah.
The first time I played it was actually many years ago, but I was playing guy heads up. And we were just playing 25-50 blinds, and then Johnny Chan joined the game. We wound up playing 50-100 blinds.
20.
I think he just joined the game because he saw a couple suckers there.
And seat 9 here,
Uh-huh.
her name is Jennifer, and she's a prop here too. And actually, I wanted to ask you because, I consider you the best woman player in the world, and I think a lot of other players do. What do you think about the rise of women in poker and in the latest craze of
I
the
think
boom of poker?
it's great, and I think you're going to see a lot more women as it becomes more popular and as women start watching it on TV and
Mm-hmm.
learning more.
Do you think the skill level of women poker players really have increased over the last few years too?
I think so, and I think there'll be more women moving up in limits and playing at higher levels and playing more tournaments.
Yeah.
For sure.
Have you entered some of the other winning and green events before tonight too? And I haven't seen you around the last few weeks.
Yeah, I played one other one.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah.
And this event tonight is actually going to be a 2-day event with $300 buy-in, and I'm sure the prize pool will be 100 or 200,000 or something like that along the lines of that. And I know you play in tournaments that are a lot bigger, but you like to come in sometimes and play in these mid-level tournaments as well?
Yeah, I do. I sometimes play the $300 ones and the multi-rebuy tournaments just for practice and just because it's fun and good money.
Uh-huh.
And of course, we're having a $2,500 one here in about a week or so, right?
Right. You're going to play in that one?
Most likely will. I'm actually
Yeah.
coming back from the Party Poker Cruise the day before, so we'll see if I'm over my sea legs.
Party Poker Cruise, which is, of course, I think is the only WPT event, which the main event is Limit Hold'em, if I'm correct about
I believe
that,
so, right.
And Limit Hold'em is actually my favorite.
If I have 150, what can I do? Bring it up to 200?
Oh, and of course, that was actually your WPT win against 2 or 3 years ago, right? In 2000.
It was 2002. It was actually right
2002.
before the WPT came into existence. It was like the first tournament.
The first Party Poker $1 million,
Right.
the first
and
one
that was
you
before
won.
they actually had the whole card cameras. So.
Did they give you some sort of exemption to get in, or do you qualify because you had won the first one?
I actually bought in. Every year I've bought in.
yeah?
I haven't been able to win online, so I had to just
Oh,
pay
really?
the money.
So you do play in those satellites, though, that they have online?
I do play online.
Yeah.
The first year I actually didn't try to qualify for either online, but lately I
Yeah.
have played some.
Well, that's great. And, so you really, I know that you play a lot of no-limit hold'em tournaments, too, but, your big success have been with limit hold'em events, right?
Right. I've done well in no limit events too, but it seems like my bigger wins have come in limit recently. This is great that you can play no limit live and you can actually watch how your opponents play before you come down and play. This is a great idea.
Well, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to I think you have done it one or two stints of guest commentating on some shows. Have you ever done, like, on one of the shows on TV, the tournament shows, know, like
really,
no. I mean, of course, this is unedited and it's a cash game, so it's much different than seeing WPT on the Travel Channel where everything is edited.
Right. I actually like it unedited. You see a lot more how people really play when it's unedited.
Right. And we've been doing it for about 2 months, and we're still in our initial stages. But I hope that it's going to be turned into something that's really big. And I'm glad that you've enjoyed it, watching it so far.
Yeah.
I know that 4 hours can be a lot, but you can do other things while you're on the internet, play a little bit of Party Poker, Poker Stars, all at the same time watching this.
Right. You can be playing online and watching them play at the same time.
Right.
And if you like the game, you just get in your car and drive down.
Yeah. Of course, on 2+2, we have a lot of people that post about the show and think they watch this and they want to move right out to LA because some of these games are so juicy.
Right. You can't blame them there.
Yep. And this, of course, is a restricted buy-in game, and you probably wouldn't play at these low levels, but we do a stream a game, which is a $500 game that we actually had Greg Raymer playing a couple of weeks ago. He brought $40,000 to a 5-10 blind game, and then he came back and commentated with me for a couple of hours, so it was nice to do that.
So what's the buy-in on this game? $200?
It's exactly $200, and the blinds are 3 and 5. Usually, if you go under 100, you can rebuy back up to 300.
Okay, so you have this one as well as other games that you sometimes host?
We do this one, and then we'll maybe do a 20-40 up here, 8-16, 500 no limit game. And let's see if we can follow the action of this hand here. Now, Kathy, we've seen this all night. Seat 4's flop trips, and we've seen a lot of slow playing in this game, which I really hate because people pay you off here with things as bad as gut shots and second and bottom pairs. Well, and it looks like he's checked and called.
Flop 3 3s, and the other person has a flush draw, so that's a little dangerous flop for the 3 3s.
Right, exactly, and he's going to check and call, so he's going to slow play. And we see it time and time again, which I think is the biggest mistake at this level, that people who have big hands like to slow play, don't bet for value, and let people draw out on them. And there's the club right on the turn there, Kathy. And, of course, Jennifer in seat 9's got the king of clubs. Well, at least seat 8's going to protect his hand with his flush.
That's a good bet.
And Jennifer quickly folds.
Or was it 150?
And, the other problem, too, with this, Kathy, is, restricted buy-in games, and he's drawing to a 3 or an ace here. Oh, and Jennifer had mucked the best hand. With restricted buy-in games, the guy in seat 4 only had like 150 left, so why wouldn't he try to push there anyways? You know what I mean?
It's much better play to move it on the flop than wait to the turn.
Right. So.
And now he winds up putting all his money with the worst hand instead of getting him to pay him off.
Exactly. Sometimes it was funny. We saw a guy post about how a lot of amateur players will not put all their money in with the best hand, but put all their money in with the worst hand in the case that we saw right there.
Well, some of the top players might not want to play in the game and show their whole cards, so maybe you get players that aren't quite as strong willing to come here and show their play.
Yeah. Well, I think you're probably going to have to run out.
Okay,
Thanks for stopping by for a couple of minutes. I really appreciate your time, and keep watching. And thank you very much again.
Always one.
400 behind, or 200, excuse me.
And we welcome back Yana. Wow, that was a thrill.
I can't fill those shoes now. I'm very intimidated. Kathy Liebert, everyone. Oh, now it's Yana. I'm like, who's this chick? Get her out of here.
Sometimes when we have guests in, I had a couple of my friends ask me this, that we only have actually 2 sets of headphones in the booth, and sometimes the mic with all the equipment will sound all distorted, so we as opposed to having all 3 of us, sometimes, we can only have 2 just because it makes for it to sound technically better. But I've actually had
Lieber is my replacement. I'm proud. I am honored. Once again, 4 people, and I see 1 face card.
And that was actually a great example of that last hand there with the clubs when she left.
I think aggression at the end of the day. People are so scared that they're not going to get called when they have a hand that they really don't recognize how vulnerable it is.
Yeah.
Sir, can you not grab my card?
Actually, perfect example. Last night I was playing in a limit game, and Lady Ray's under the gun. 4 caller. She flops top set of kings with on a 2 heart board. And doesn't bet. He checks around, and she loses to runner quads when the lady with 10s catches runner quads.
Yep.
And I just say, well, when if you don't bet the flop, and she catches her set on the turn, when do you want her to put down her hand? You don't see it coming, and it doesn't happen often, but it happens more often than you think.
Jennifer looks a little bit disheveled there.
I missed the hand. Tell me what happened.
She laid down. She had the king of clubs on that hand. She was the original better when Cappy had left.
But she can't call that raise.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just upset, but she definitely made the right laydown because the guy pushed for $150. And what I was saying about noticing the chip stacks is that guy only had like 150 in front of him, and he checked his threes. And he checked and called, and then it's just.
Absolutely. On the flop, when you're sure you have the best hand, put your money in.
Yeah.
On the turn, when the club hits, I don't understand why people are more comfortable calling than they are betting. But ultimately, that's what it comes down to.
So can I deal you in?
I'm just trying to find all of this money. Yeah.
Small blind here.
I just I can't wait for Matt to get over here. That's the thing, right?
Yes.
That's right.
And it looks like we got a news player in seat 5. And we will get his name, I'm sure. I think that's actually... I can't remember his name off the top, but I know he's won some low ball events, and he actually is a pretty accomplished tournament player. Can't remember, of course, I can't remember the name of his... Can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Hey, Greg. Oh. Greg, can you tell me where is MHK on the board?
Hope not.
They erased the board for some reason. They erased the board?
So we have Tony in seat 5 and Edward in seat 1. Tony in the hat right there in seat 5, 20? And Edward in seat 1.
Huh? He's playing either the 100 or the 200.
Okay, we're heads up for 20.
He's here.
So C3's got a flush draw here. And now he's made his flush on the river. And seat 6 has got 2 pair here. And that's might be, that river card's a very bad card from Yana. It's going to be enough for him to pay him off. Caught 2 pair there on the river.
Thank you, Felipe.
That's just enough
flush.
Come on, the 10 of spades when you have the nut draw.
Pair.
So Terry takes down another good-sized pot.
Tony, are you coming in or are you going to wait till the button passes?
Oh, I don't know where that went.
Okay, small big. You want to wait one, sir?
And Greg, the dealer, is asking guy in seat 8 if he wants to wait a hand for his big blind, so he can get in for cheaper. Of course, if you would post now, you would have to pay now and the big blind.
I always look forward to the people that post under the gun when they come to the table. It's always a good time. Fun times. Terry looks like he's going to play. Just limp.
We actually offer the...
Raise on the button. We don't know what he has yet.
Looks like... King 10 offsuit. And Terry has an ace 9 offsuit, and he's going to muck it. He's going to show his ace.
That's the good one.
Actually, Yana, a lot of people don't know, at the Bicycle Casino, we offer at yellow chip and above the ability to post in between. And I don't even think we're usually, even at the lower limits at green chip, you can't do that.
No.
But up here, you can.
You can buy the button, yeah.
Well, it's actually different than buying the button. If you're a new player,
big blinds here.
After where you would be in your big blind, when you would be the small blind as a new player, you actually just post the big blind amount. So basically, you have a poster who has the button to his immediate right, then a small and a big, and then the button passes you the next hand. So you actually don't buy.
You don't get the button.
You don't get the button, and you're not buying the button. But as a new player, you don't have to pay both blinds. You're really posting in between the blinds. So that's the cheapest way at these games to get in.
But I'm confused why that's an advantage where I can just post not both
20.
blinds and post right behind the button on the cutoff.
Well, you get one extra hand because
But
you
one hand out of position for the same. I mean,
well,
you get one other.
well, I mean, you get one extra hand. You post there and you get a hand, and then
Right,
when
and
behind the
then-
button, it's free. So you do get
Fair
one
enough.
extra hand.
Free hand's a free hand. Once again, the flop missed pretty much everybody. Checks the
40.
button. He's going to make a move. He should be able to take it down. I don't think that anyone's going to. Seat 5 is 3-5 off of the 5 of spades. So he has the gut shot draw and the low spade draw.
Okay, heads up for 40.
And he called. His pair is actually the best hand.
Yep, his pair is the best
He can't
hand here.
possibly know how strong his
60.
hand is right now. With the pair, the gut shot, and the flush draw.
And he's going to take it down. And Yana,
Very good
actually, because Greg is the dealer right now, we're actually going to go to Atmosphere Mike for the next half an hour, like we usually do
Great.
once every night. So I think when we come back, it's going to be Denny and I. So thanks for stopping by tonight.
No
I hope
problem.
you had a good time.
I had a great time.
I think you did a very good job.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will be back in about a half an hour, and we're going to turn the table mic up right now.
So, where's everybody from? You guys are quiet.
Nobody cooperating with you. That's what's
Thanks,
wrong.
Tony.
Nobody wants to talk to me.
I'm from Long Beach. But you're not even interested.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Raise to 20. $20. Okay, heads up for 20.
Hey, Alex. Third and Alex.
45.
No, I don't want to.
Heads up.
I don't want to be on camera.
Text me. Alright. Bumper.
You don't want to be on it sitting there. Mind waiter?
Thank you, sir. You're in.
$114, I can't do anything until I'm 100, right? Is the tournament they play next door is 2 days? 1 day.
Live straddle?
No, $14.
Oh.
The tournament is
14
days?
blind?
Tournament? Yeah.
No live straddle.
So
It's 14.
Hey,
Five
where
spin
were
raise,
you?
14.
Yeah. I know, because I'm...
You're in the tournament or something?
I have $100.
They called your name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm playing 100 out there.
Oh.
Oh, the table's full, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't. I thought.
You have a lot of chips, though. I don't want...
Yeah, I'm a big threat.
They're not doing any commentary right now. It's just music background. So if you want to try to make a point, you know, like, who's raising in the dark?
3 players.
Well, there doesn't have to be any commentary.
What time did they start the commentary?
Well, they've been doing it. They just.
Is it an all-in?
There'll be a seat open soon.
All in.
Have you looked at your cards?
That's up for you to decide. $100.
I was like, I thought maybe you went to the
100.
because they call your name like 5 times. You don't have time for us little people.
As far as I know, this is it.
Not today.
Not today.
Well, there's a straight to the 10.
Did you even look at your cards? No.
Oh, Gary.
Thank you,
Oh,
Gary.
that's right.
Let's go ahead, runner.
Blind.
I can't play.
You can't bluff me out of that, Hannah. You only want to help me now, Courage. It is, isn't it? Look out. I put down queens when he called right away. One.
4 players. Seat open here.
100. Double A here. Double A. 100. Double A.
12.
Double A. 100.
Thank you, sir.
I got my straight.
Seven players. Okay, Gary, you're up.
I don't think he has that much.
45.
Pretty butterfly.
Thank you.
You make it or you bought it?
A friend made it for me.
How come you not playing?
Because I'm playing this. Is that off?
Thank you, sir.
Good deal.
You can't have it on. You can't have it on at the table. Just live.
Why is that?
Because they don't want anybody having an unfair advantage. Some of your friends call you up.
I thought this is delayed.
Yes.
They can't tell you what we have.
Like it's delayed.
And maybe that's why, or just for electronic purposes.
Okay.
It's interference.
It's
It's
interference.
interference.
More than
Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure. If you want to keep it on, you can put it at the front.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can live without it for a while.
30.
Every time you make a match,
Hey, don't make me mad.
why you in there?
Can I have a Decent hand.
If we get mad at women, we have problem. What are we going to do without them?
I don't know.
Well, the reason we're here to make money so we can spend it for them. We don't spend it
won
on
like
ourselves. We don't buy nothing for us.
Okay, 3 players. $40. Thanks, Jen.
Are we doing this guy?
Hey, Donna. Hey, Donna. Donna. Don't forget you got here.
Did I miss the blind?
No, it's the blind right now. Small, big, big.
Huh?
Big blind. Our button player's over there. I can't deal to an empty seat, so I'm going to have small and 2 big blinds.
Terry, you want to play this hand? You're on the button.
Okay, now you're not the blind.
We're just trying to not mess up the blinds, Terry.
How come I didn't get any onions and tomatoes? What's up with this?
After you finish, they're going to bring it.
Can I get a waiter, please? Oh, Big Bay,
You're
where's the
first.
waiter? Onions? No onions? No.
Six players. $30. $100.
You kept them from the last hand, didn't you?
Big blind now. Big blind now.
You had them the last hand, didn't you? Even the camera couldn't find it.
Are you still here, something?
Finally worked that time.
Yeah, I had an ace. If you hadn't made it 100, I was going to call it 30.
The 2 hearts, that's why.
Could I get red onions, please?
That's what he's been doing. So.
It doesn't really matter. She puts it in manually, so she's not going to put it in the call.
25.
No, you can look at them, and you don't have to put them in if you don't want to. If you're not going to play.
Okay, heads up for 25. $50.
Yeah.
I got you one.
What are you?
Of course I will. A long time.
Long time ago.
You have that Russian girl for me in it?
Oh, I'm on the camera.
Hey, Dimitri, come over here. I'd like to get a shot of those pants. Oh, you took them off.
I think I left him. No?
Oh, yeah, you left them. I know where you left them.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
So what about her, Dominic? What about her, Dominic?
I'm
No
broke.
chance?
No money
You
to
should
pay
get
for
us,
internet
the
now.
good stuff. Next Christmas?
How can I'm broke now.
So my K16 Hold'em.
You don't play that hand? What do you play then?
Huh? I only play 10
10.
or better.
Make it 30.
Raise to 30.
Where's your better half?
This one.
No, come on.
Raymond's gonna play for you?
Got a peach on there?
Jackpot. We just threw away a jackpot.
Today's the best tournament.
I got a straight flush against
Against what?
Thank you, sir.
You said 10, I said 30. I never raised it.
I know. $20 too much.
Four players.
Check.
Check. $25. $35. 40. Thank you, sir.
The only hand I want so far is the one I play blind.
You want me? I want to settle that account. Okay.
And that's great. That was pretty awesome.
Four players. $30. Heads up.
It's supposed to be off.
60.
How much is it? Oh, whatever. I think.
43.
You got it straight. You got it. And down, it doesn't matter.
Full house. Full house.
Ooh.
Thank you, Jen.
She knew the 10 coming, that's why she
Well, you
called
had-
you
you
for the
had
last
her.
40.
Get it straight. Turn it straight. Turn it straight, shoot river to full house.
I'm on the big blind.
Yes.
I hear you guys.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks for playing.
I got an important date with my daughter.
Good night, Gary.
Have a good time.
Select the big
Please.
blind.
300 behind
See you
8.
later, Gil. Sir, big blind? Sure.
I wasn't shitting a brick or anything.
Knew it all along.
I knew.
Did MK tell you where he was, Jennifer?
He's downstairs playing 100, so he's like on one of the 15 through 18 or something.
Thank you. Want to give me one of your blue ones? 50 cents.
Nice checkers.
Four player.
You're in, Matt. Yes. Well, I've been waiting for you to order taquitos.
Matt, I have chips for you. You got chips for me? Cool. Let me figure out how much. I need 100 more, hopefully.
Thank you, sir.
I need 13. You got 13? No, you have to buy 100. Oh, 50. You can 50. You want 50? 15. 15 or 20? Give me 20. I'll pocket it.
Just put a 1 up in your pocket there. Other than that, it's fine.
Would you like to be dealt in?
What's your name, Matt?
Oh, they know him. He's a regular on Live at the Bike.
Good thing or bad thing?
Who's in the booth?
Nobody at the moment, right? Oh, they are?
Right now.
Oh.
So you just wanted the taquitos, huh?
Yeah, that's why I invited
I
you up
thought you
there.
wanted my company, but that's all you care about.
Well, actually, I brought my card today. I can buy my own dinner.
Six players. $20.
It served its purpose.
Okay, we're
Anybody
heads up.
service anybody?
$40.
I can't believe it. She's reading
Ooh, somebody got lucky and hit their phone on the chair. Pocket fires.
Pocket fours. On the river, I hit my boat.
Thanks, Jen.
Hey, Matt, remind me of last week.
7 players. Good, Tony. Okay, heads up.
Yeah. Wilson's fine.
Thank you, Jane.
Grabbing Gary to I'll bring the pot again with the pocket cash.
114 to be exact. Not that I remember it.
No. I didn't like calling him when he had to look at his card.
You were like, gosh darn it, I hate having to push you 4 blue chips.
You know, I don't really like that position, but what are you going to do?
Did you re-raise before the flop?
No, that was the problem. He's under the gun betting 14. I got jacks with all you guys in front, you know. I'm hoping someone does raise at least, you know, but...
15. 40.
Terry, did they tell you what time they're going back in the booth?
Heads up. You're in.
Next card is Jack. Now there's 3 diamonds.
45.
That's the last one. 31.
Nothing else we can do, only we can check. Good hand. That's it. Yeah, better.
I don't think you need the re-raise. You didn't need the jack. But it was good.
Thank you, sir.
It's for reassurance. On the flash, yeah. No. Did they hit? Did he? Somebody got on me a 4-9. Huh? I made it straight and a flash. The guy.
Small big. Five players. $15. Heads up. $50.
I'm gonna raise.
Okay. 150. Okay, fellas, what do we got? Flush? Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you guys very much. Good luck to all of you.
Tips, please.
100.
Three points.
KE, $100 KE. Yeah, KE. $500 plus Gani K, $500. Gani K plus $500.
Bet 20.
$500 plus Gani K, call it out. AJ, SYMN.
50. Thank you.
We're going to jack forward at 500 a little bit, players. Jack forward in the game, players. Okay, 500 a little bit. Take a kick it, players. Make your move right now. The game is going. Peter, the game 117. 100 a little bit on, players. Down to us. 70. 100 a little bit. 100 a little bit on, players.
Raise 20.
Downstairs, 17.
Four plates. Bet 30s. 2 plays. Bet 30s. Thank you. Raise 15.
Jackie Jones, call the operator, please.
3 plays. Bet 20s. Two plays. All in.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
What time does that heads up and start tomorrow? Do you ask her to do it or what?
She's standing there, she's cleaning this kid out.
Yeah, I know.
Clean the message out. We got to edit it.
Yeah, it'll be tough to beat.
Raise 30. Two plays. $40. $100. Time, please.
You guys done with this plate back there? No, I mean when you pop it up on the internet.
Yeah, well, they moved the scene.
Is it a commentary? So you just sign up right there on the waiting list. You're getting a lot
Thank you.
And it's obviously delayed, right?
I guess I'll see it when I get home.
Yeah.
See it when I get home.
Yeah, that you will.
Oh, it's like that.
You're going to be mad. You're going to
All right.
be furious.
All right.
But, you know, you're going to go over it a few times in your head, and you'll see exactly what I had, and you'll come to the conclusion exactly why I did what I did. So you won't be that upset at it.
Raise 30.
No, it's a good bet, and I was 50. I was more than 50% sure that I had you beat,
It was
but
not-
you could have outdrew me.
Yeah, it was not only a good bet, but I had a straight flush draw.
Well, I thought you easily could have outdrew me. So it's not 100 on the turn. It's 300 on the river.
Bet 100.
That's the problem with the closet, I think.
Huh?
You probably had it.
Oh yeah,
Beat.
the problem is that
But
Yeah, I just told her she
you have to answer.
know,
You have to answer to 300
Thank you.
on the river. And that's tough.
even if I was sure that I had you beat then, I have no legitimate draw. And there's tons of cards you can have.
Hello, and I am back. Bart Hansen, Denny Williams will be here at about 8:30. I'm just gonna be here and take a step back from the table and just kind of catch some of the highlights or if something needs to be explained and not really say much of anything. So it's going to continue to be kind of table atmosphere, and I'm just going to maybe point out some things that the viewer might miss, or just kind of call some of the play-by-play for the next 20 minutes until Denny comes into the booth.
Raise 40.
Like right now, seat 7 has pocket queens. He's the one that raised to 40.
Two planes. Bet all in.
All in for, looks like maybe 40 more.
How much do I owe him?
You would have gone all in?
$80 pot.
52.
52 more. $80 pot.
At ace queen.
C5's got
Oh.
a couple overcards and a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, 52.
Discount.
Yeah.
Two pair.
Mine too.
And queens are going to take down about a $180 pot. A nice overpair.
You should have rabbit cam now.
Looks like we have some new players into the game since I left. Look like this guy is one of them. Seat 7.
Nothing good can come with a rabbit cam.
Seat 8 looks like a new guy as well. And Matt in seat 1.
I guess if he had rabbit cam that one aces, I mean, he's still getting crap for it.
All you need is one caller.
Yeah, but if it's a blank on the river, I'm a genius. If it's a
And then
spade, I'm an idiot.
Camino King, that looks really good. It's an easy money.
Which hand are you talking about?
The aces.
River.
From like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, the famous one.
Yeah.
Lay down the century.
Yeah, right. That nobody saw. We weren't on yet.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it. Does that count for something?
No, it doesn't actually.
Okay.
Raise 40.
Seat 7, pocket 10s, is raising to... Oh, excuse me. Seat 9, pocket kings, is raising to 40.
Got him suited, maybe.
No callers.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Unless the other one's a jack. Then I'm mad. Oh. Oh, I didn't get it.
Okay. If I don't answer, it needs to go to the shower.
Raise.
Raise.
Seat 7 right there has got pocket jacks.
Ladies. 25 now.
And I think we're having a little bit of trouble with our camera, but that will be, I'm sure, quickly resolved. And again, no callers.
50 cents, please.
So you could tell it was I'm on a draw bet.
Thank
I
you.
thought you had a split one draw.
Thank you.
I mean, I didn't think I wasn't certain I was beat. I'm thinking 80% chance I'm winning, but I don't have any draw. If he, I don't have any.
You guys are going to have to bear with us for a couple of minutes as we're having this
bonehead play of the day.
He can have a phone too.
Okay, we had a little
Have a phone.
bit of a slight interruption, but we're back. Sorry about the technical
Excuse me, sir, you
difficulties.
can have a phone too.
Okay, I need you to come.
Again, I'm just going to highlight some of the hands for the next 15 minutes. Denny Williams will be coming in at 8:30. We will be back to our normal commentating ways.
Only thing I just think is I should have bet.
For those of you that haven't seen them, our archives are actually up on the website. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can click on Live at the Bike Archives and subscribe. It's $14.95 a month. And we have selected shows up there right now, but we will have most all of the shows from now on up there. We've had several big-time poker players stop by in the booth over the last few months. We had Kathy Liebert stop by for a few minutes today. C2 is limped in here with pocket 10s.
Basically, Terry and I are telling the exact opposite of what to do.
And C8 here on the button has got pocket 9s.
Raise 40.
He's going to raise to 40. Now, this might have been a trap raise from pocket 10s here. He's just going to flat call. Excuse me, a trap limp.
I might just surrender my $200 buy.
Now, the question is, when overcards comes, how is he going to play it? He only has about $100 left. And that might slow both players down. He checks.
Yeah, but if you're taking so much time because you know you have ace queen, you're afraid of the draw, more or less.
Seat 8's going to bet. Looks like 50 into an $80 pot. So pot is now $130. $50 to call, $130 pot. Gentleman in seat 2 has about $100 left. Might have been interested to see him go all in a re-raise because he was so short stacked. But he just flat called the flop. And he's going to lay the hand down.
So you bet 100 into a $150 pot. You bet 100 into like a $150 pot.
Do you in this hand, sir?
What's that?
You want to come in this hand?
All right, so my goal for the next hour and a half is to come up with some situation where I put you in a harder decision.
Oh, God.
Take your mind off of that.
Well, I mean, I'm not unhappy about it. It cost me $70.
I just learned that Matt in seat 1 is a 22-year-old professor at Loyola University as well. One of those kid geniuses, I guess. PhD at 18 or 19 years old. I hope that's right. I'm pretty sure that's right. I know he's a professor at Loyola.
You square the table up just a little bit.
Actually, you can be the underline a little bit. Just
Yeah, I need you'll come a little bit to your right, just a touch. All right.
Just right in line with the box.
Looks like seat 6 is just flat called here with ace-king suited.
20.
And now Jennifer's going to raise on the button.
Did you raise or did you call? You raised.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. He did raise. Ooh. All diamonds. Jennifer's got the queen of diamonds.
Bet 20.
See what Jennifer does if she raises here or if she calls. And she's just going to call. And Jennifer's going to lay down the hand. Good aggression by seat 6. A couple of overcards. He had no diamonds.
Thank you.
We want to welcome all you new viewers that might have just seen the Live at the Bike advertisement on Card Player Magazine today. We do this every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time. We do a whole host of different games. Sometimes we'll do limit games, 400, 800 we've done on Thursday nights. 816, 2040. We'll do no limit cash games. This is a $200 restricted game. Sometimes we'll do a $500 unrestricted buy-in game. Yellow chips are $5 chips. White chips are $1 chips. Blinds in this game are 3 and 5.
3 planes.
Seat 6's full top pair here. Gonna take the pot down.
Thank you. You'll be license.
Get a look at some of the chip stacks there. Most players will usually stack their chips in 20 chip denominations. So each stack represents about $100. Jennifer there in seat 9's got about 500 in front of her. Of course, those blues are $1 chips. So she looks like she's got almost about 550 in front of her. It's always so important to keep track of what the other guy's chip count is in no limit cash games. Figure out if you have odds to call. Wow. Looks like Matt in seat... Oh. Looks like Matt in seat 1 mucked pocket 8s. Very interesting play. Matt's an experienced no-limit hold'em player, possibly thinking that he's not going to really win a big pot if he flops the set. So he mucked him, and ace-jack suited brought it in for a raise, took down the pot.
It's like one of those, I don't even care enough, you know, it's like, it's such a big commitment.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Right, and then...
Looks like we got a whole score of new players in seat...
Small blind.
Seat 7, it looks like we got Jay. Oh, excuse me, Jay's in seat 2. Seat 4, it looks like, is Jacques.
If you want to see what comes, that's also the reason why I called the
Break that, right? 47K. Good kind? Good kind?
So we got 2 new players, and look who is coming to crash the party. It's Denny Williams.
That's tight.
Now it's down. Now we can have some fun. How are you doing tonight, Denny?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hey, I was looking over at your chip rack over here. You had $500 earlier.
I know.
And now you got $305 or something. What happened?
I ran out to play 2040 for about a half an hour, and I had a $500 3-outer on the river. But I'm still here, and I'm happy. Those types of things don't get to me. So I'm always looking at the long-term picture, Denny.
There you go. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Live at the Bike. We're at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. I'll tell you about my bad beat story yesterday. I even ran it on the computer, and it was a bad beat.
Ran it on the card player calculator or something like that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I used. Yeah. That's probably a bad beat itself.
Seat 1's betting 60. He's got top pair here.
You guys are rule, you can't check raise at the bike.
And seat 7's got a set of 2s here, Denny. Check raises, but he only has like 50 behind him, so I would think that he would want to push more. Just gonna maybe try to extract a little money.
Let's seat 1 catch up.
Well, it's a little bit dangerous here though, because if an ace comes, he's gonna lose.
That's what I mean.
If anyone who has an ace or a 10's got a straight draw, a 10's got an open-ended straight draw.
Oh, you got it. All right, listen to this. Yesterday, No Limit Hold'em 200 game. I got $135 left. Live straddle, $10, right?
Yeah.
And let's see, guy calls, fold, makes it 25. Everybody calls, so there's like 7 people in the pot. I got ace-7 suited. Flop comes ace-7 jack. 1 spade, 1 heart. I got hearts, okay?
Yeah.
When it gets to me, I go all in $105.
You're in the big blind? Oh, you're under the gun, right?
Yeah. 105 all in.
Yeah.
I get 1 caller.
Mm-hmm.
He gets runner, spade.
What did he have? He
had ace-8 of spades. He called me.
You were way ahead of
I said
hands.
the F word many times. Yeah, according to that calculator, I was
80s or something?
68%.
68? 68%. Okay. Guy was, of course, could have beat you if another 8 had come, or if the jack had paired and you had a lower card. The 8 would have out-kicked you. Now, how many people did we get for the tournament tonight, Danny?
374.
Okay, that's what we were. Anna and I were thinking, somewhere between 300 and 400. You know, Kathy Liebert stopped in here for a couple minutes right before she entered.
She's playing.
Yep.
What's up?
Seed 8's got trip 5s. The story of tonight, Denny, has been the slow play of hands, and usually people getting sucked out because they slow play their hands.
How's our little Jennifer doing there?
Jennifer looks like she's doing pretty well. Ooh. Seat 4 still has just a pair of 10s. $60 bet.
That's out of the question. Just a little bit, okay?
Looks like 4 is going to lay down the hand. Rumor has it, and on the schedule, that this is a 2-day event. Is that right?
Yes, it is. We're going to play down the final 10 players tonight, whatever time that is, and bring them back tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock and finish it up.
What if these people have to work, though, Denny, you know?
Well, I guess they'll take tomorrow off if they're at the final table.
Have you done that before, winning the green, having 2-day events like that?
No, actually, I'm testing it out because I'm considering doing it for Legends of Poker. I wanted to see how it went over. So.
But even the big event, though, is that a 2-day event, the $2,500
No.
one? It's not. No, I didn't think so. That's
It
why
falls on a weekend, so it's really nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's the ones that start at 7 o'clock at night.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And a tournament like tonight can easily go 12 hours, 14 hours. So.
Well, I remember in some of the Legends ones, even like some of the, I remember I was here for a $500 no-limit shootout, and that went till 7:30, 8 in the morning. Of course, shootouts always take a long time because you always have to wait for all the tables to end right in the first round.
4 players.
Well, someone's got a 6 here, someone's got a gut shot.
13.
Seat 7's going to lead second pair. He's going to get a call from the gut shot.
Do that with your driver's license.
And a call from seat 6 with ace 9. Backdoor diamond draw and a couple overcards.
They'll know what your bank statement is by looking at your license.
Well, you wouldn't think that this would slow seat 7 down. A deuce on the turn. Deuce of clubs. Wow, but he checks behind it. Now let's see if someone might take some initiative to bet in. Now that's what 5-9's going to do here.
C8.
Seat 8, busted gut shot straight draw.
Seat 6 throws his away. He doesn't have anything.
Now you got to be thinking if your seat 7 was this guy on a diamond draw that included the king of diamonds. That's what I would think. Might be worth it for me to call, and he's going to call.
He's calling.
Yeah.
Saying, what the heck you got?
Maybe he had 6-9 there, Denny, because he won the pot. So he might have had the cards up the wrong way there.
Thank you.
I think that's where he probably must have had 6-9.
Well, folks, you've heard us talking about it. It's finally here. On-demand archives are now available at thebike.com. All you got to do is click on the Live Archives on Demand banner on our homepage, and you'll have access to over 100 hours of streamed gaming. It's only $14.95 a month, and it includes unlimited viewing of archives, plus a special tutorial video by Howard Lederer. And I know some of his videos alone are $15 a pop. Plus, we're going to have some upcoming specials and features that will only be offered to our subscribers. So $14.95 a month. That's actually pretty inexpensive.
Well, under the what?
I'm glad you had that hard copy there, because I was trying to wing that out, and I had forgotten about the instructional CD. So, thank you for filling us in on that.
What hard copy are you talking about? I did that by memory.
Oh, okay.
I'm a professional. What's everybody laughing for? All right, look at that flop. King, Jack, Jack.
No one really has any of it.
$25 bet.
Well, I notice there's no
computer with 2+2 on it. Were they barred from the booth?
Well, I think we had some technical difficulties right before you came in, so.
Well, let me say hi to them anyway. Hi, guys. 2+2. Hope you're watching, enjoying the show.
You know, some of them said that they had missed you a bit, Danny.
Come on, miss them too.
Wow. Seat 2 is going to bet
Did you
in
say
here.
75?
35.
35.
35. And that might have been a time, Denny, to induce a bluff there because obviously we can tell that Seat 7 has nothing, but he's not going to call.
Didn't they all check the turn also?
No, I think Seat 7 had bet the whole entire way, so you might want to induce a bluff there.
Chips and call, please.
Or maybe just check and call. I don't quite really understand the equity in betting there because if someone has a king or a jack, the guy's bet the whole way, he's going to beat you. No, Jenny, I had that hand in 2040. I had Queen Jack, and the flop was Queen Jack 3. And Ace Queen guy had raised before the flop, and of course I raise him on the flop and bet on the turn, and then he catches an ace on the river.
Yep, that sounds like my
$500 three-outer.
You may be my lucky marker. I called.
We could sit here and tell bad beat stories all night, couldn't we?
Absolutely.
Between the two of us. I remember the time.
Raise 15s.
That's perfect. That's my brother. Be careful.
Which one?
This guy.
I would be very nice to you.
Good to know.
What time do those super satellites start at during the week? I had trouble with that earlier today, too.
9:30.
9:30, okay.
9:30.
Thought it was 10 or 10:30. 9:30. And then on the weekends it's 7:30? Is that right? 7 o'clock.
Right, please.
Gut shot, straight jaw, seat 6. Seat 8 actually has the best hand, doesn't he?
If you just joined us, it's a 200 buy-in no limit hold'em game. Those yellow chips you see on the table, those are $5 chips, and the white and blue ones there are $1 chips.
Jennifer has pocket 3s in seat 9. I don't think we have that up, but I don't think she's going to really be calling any types of bets here.
Oh, they probably called you. Yeah.
Now, seat 6 has a double gutter here, Denny. An 8 or 3 is going to make his hand. Seat 2 maybe sensing some weakness. Looks like he might take a stab at this. This might be a huge, huge overbet here. I mean, unless you think the guy's had a pair of 7s and caught it on the turn or was sandbagging something on the flop. It's tough to call that amount of bet, but, you never know. This is seat 6 with this double gutter. A 3 or an 8 would complete his hand, of course. Talk about double gutter. We're talking about two sides of an inside straight draw.
You're losing me, man.
Inside straight to the 3, inside straight to the...
In other words, he's a long shot.
Actually, that isn't even a double gutter. I'm sorry. He's got an open-ended straight.
You see this? That's a double gutter.
He's slapping his stomach.
5 minutes at a time. You're
No, that wasn't a double gutter. He picked up an open-ended. Same amount of outs, though. And C2 takes it down.
I just like the drama.
That's 4 hours.
I had the flop set. I didn't.
Lie, please.
You ever played with Jennifer?
Oh, of course. I think I actually played with her one time when I was on the show playing that first week, 200 game. I think you and Shirley were in here.
I forget. That was
Seems
so
like it was a long time ago, yeah. I was saying, did you get to look at the back page of the new Card Player magazine?
The Live at the Bike ad?
Oh,
Yeah.
Huge Live at the Bike ad.
Billboard size.
I said that it was. I thought that last week's issue might have been a little bit confusing because we had combined winning at the green with live at the bike, and I thought maybe someone would think, oh, winning at the green, live at the bike. Well, this is live at the bike, and it explains what it is on the back page. So.
And of course, we didn't run a winning of the green ad.
Top 2 pair here for seat 6. And he checks it. A lot of slow playing we've seen here, Denny. Lots of slow playing.
Shift the ace bets here.
You check everything once. That's once too many.
Check around again.
How
many chances you want to give?
Why would you do it? And then, he might get a call here from seat 7, but actually when Kathy Liebert was in the booth, I was, make bets so that people will call you when it's wrong. I mean, he wouldn't have gotten a call, so he actually ends up making more in the situation, but you're going to check 2 pairs twice. All kinds of draws, Denny. If someone catches a 10 or a king, they can have a straight on the river, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But if he bet the flop and then bet the turn, he probably would have got a call from the ace. Ace might have put him on one of the queens or the jacks. I don't think he's going to put him on two pairs.
You mean if you check the flop and bet the turn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, even if he bet the flop and bet the turn.
Well, I don't know if ace 3 would have called him on the flop. Flop was queen jack 4 or something like
right.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Thank you.
Matt's got pocket jacks in seat 1.
You gonna watch any basketball games tomorrow? Which team?
Seat 8 has pocket 8s.
It looks like Jennifer's limping in with jack 9 suited.
Jack 9 or jack 8?
Jack 8. Matt raises 30. He only has about 75 left here. So I would assume if no overcards come, if he gets a caller, he's going to push in on the flop, which he should if he sees a flop. Now, seat 8 really,
25 months.
Unless he thinks that Matt might have, a couple only high cards, in which case he might want to re-raise, which is what he's doing. I like that a lot better than a flat call, Denny. And he's going to call with jacks. Matt's a big favorite. About 82%.
Oh, what, do you have jacks?
100.
Because the problem with calling with 8s, Denny, is if you have some overcards, where are you now when you don't hit your set? And the guy only has 75 more. So I love that re-raise with to put that guy in.
Jennifer just called Matt Sanders. She goes, what do you got, Jack? Matter of fact.
Oh, I guess I said call.
It'll be 7.
We'll put it in on the
Oh, he said call, so he's not all in, but he's got $2 left.
This is bluff right here.
Doesn't even want to bet the 7. You're in good shape.
And Matt's going to win the pot.
I got the bigger pair.
What the? I told you had jacks. I rule. Oh, okay.
Send it.
What was she going to say? What the what?
I'm calling because I'm pissed off.
Thank you.
I've been waiting all night for the first spot.
Sometimes Rick tells, he says he likes to gamble a lot when his chip stack's pretty short, just because, not to say that putting your money in with $100 of jacks is not a bad gamble, but, you need to have chips in this game to make moves, and so he'll gamble it up when he has 7, right around the $100 mark, push all in with 8s like that guy did, so, that's not really that bad of a move. Of course, that guy has a lot more than $100 that did that with 8s, but I think it really was.
Who do I have?
He was either going to fold or re-raise in that spot, I think. So I don't necessarily think it was a bad thing. Looks like we get a new player in seat 5.
Still laughing about them jacks.
Yeah, that's funny.
Let's get it back.
Get any other big names in there for the tournament tonight that you recognize? Is Amir in there?
I didn't see Amir. He should be here.
He lives in Sherman Oaks, right?
Frank Mariani's here from the Lakers.
Jerry Buss?
Didn't see
No.
Jerry either. But we were kind of split. We had some tables outside the room and some inside. So.
Make it 30.
So somewhere around $110,000 or $115,000 prize pool, right? Not
I think it's 112.
112. 110, 115. That's not
pretty
bad for my quick arithmetic.
35.
Seat 4's got 2 pair there.
Yeah. Seat 6 had top pair.
$35 bet.
Of course, we talk about playing ace rag, and it's tough to.
That's right. What do you do with it when you hit it?
What are you going to do when you
Unless
hit it?
you hit 2 pair. Or you hit runner like the guy did against me yesterday.
I think we were talking about Denny actually on Saturday. I know we did the 20-40 limit game, which I thought was pretty interesting. I think we're going to do a 30-60 game, which we never used to really spread here at the bike, but it's started to pick up a lot over the last 3 or 4 months. Robert Turner's put a push on it, and it's really started to become.
Is that a brown chip game?
It's a brown chip game with used $10 chips, 3-6 chip structure, and it's becoming pretty much our highest limit game that's been going daily. Besides the huge game, the 400, 800 game.
Right.
It's a good game, nice and loose.
We can't buy you anymore, right?
Now, seat 7's got pocket kings, Denny. He's limped in. So, everyone's heard my spiel about this. He didn't get a razor, so he's going to have to be careful with his kings.
Well, if we're all getting up, how much?
Definitely has the best hand here.
30, I will.
Seat 8 bets with the jack.
Excuse me, seat 7 check, so I assume we're going to see a check raise here? Wow, he just flat calls. But the thing is, Denny, he doesn't have any more, barely has any more chips left, and it's like, and now here comes another heart. And, he's not on a draw, but why wouldn't, it's only 30. Now he is representing a flush draw, even though he has an overpair, but I might check raise all in that spot. If I only have another 80 left, the pot's laying about $100, Denny.
Assuming seat 8 would have bet.
Seat 8 did bet on the flop.
No, I mean on the turn. You would have check raised.
I would have check raised the flop pretty much all
flop.
in, probably. Because if I check and I can see what happens, seat 8 bets. If somebody else goes crazy behind me, then maybe I'll muck my hand or something like that. You know what I mean? But if it just comes back to me, then I can push.
Well, folks, we're smack dab in the middle of our Winning of the Green tournament. It's running until March 28th. In fact, tomorrow night we have a $300 buy-in limit hold'em tournament. Starts at 7:15.
Yes, sir. Raise it. It's 35.
Raise 35. Seat 5 has pocket 10s. Seat 8 showing ace queen offsuit.
It's 30 to call.
Seat 6-3.
$55.
Seat 5, pocket 10s, bets $55. Ace queen folds.
He's got another 90.
Seat 3 wants to
85 more.
know how much more money he has. $85 more.
Total.
Oops. Seat 3's thinking about putting seat 5 all in.
140 total. Chart chase going on. And you can do it. You can get away. Come on, you can get away.
They only have 2
I've seen one person get away before.
No.
Yeah.
My rule is
couldn't
he
find
gave
him.
up?
No, he couldn't chase into the apartments. He couldn't find him.
Really?
Yeah.
Was there a helicopter on it?
Yeah, everything.
I know. I think you
All
got
right, seat 9 race, seat 5 all in.
Set
He
wins.
calls.
Overpair versus overpair.
Yeah. 6 of hearts, no help. And the 10s will take it down. Seat 5, win the pot.
9s.
It's tough for Terry to get away. I don't know how much the guy had in front of him because I just walked back into the booth.
Well, he bet 55. He had 85 more, so
Yeah.
it was $140. And seat 3 asked how much more he had, and then he was sitting there thinking and thinking
Well,
and
you know, it's
thinking.
tough.
And I'm not sure what he was thinking about. Maybe you can enlighten us.
Well-
What goes through your mind there?
I mean, if the guy only had another 65 or 75 more, like I said, I stepped out of the room briefly, so I couldn't quite follow the action.
He had 85 more.
If he's got an overpair, he's got an overpair. Sometimes you might want to take those small gambles. We haven't seen much play from seat 5, so it's a little bit difficult for Terry to lay that hand down in seat 3. Between the next hand, Denny, I got to ask you some questions because I have a gripe about tournaments. Not just this tournament, but all tournaments. But after next hand.
Okay, can you write it down? So
Here's a classic case of a flop that I like to always take a shot at when it's a 3-suited flop with an ace. Because if someone doesn't have the king or queen of clubs here, or an ace, it's very difficult for them to call.
20.
And actually, I made this move when we were on break in the limit game, and I took a pot down. Okay, Denny, here's my gripe. You know, David Tuckman and I, because we're both props here, we play a lot of stud high-low, because we're really the only one of the casinos that really spread it at higher limits at 20-40. So Dave and I played the stud high-low tournament, I think it was on Sunday. And my gripe is, like I said, not specifically with winning the green, but with all tournaments. And my question to you is, they never start split games tournaments with enough chips. With $800 in chips, which is what we started with 40-minute levels, and even especially in 7-card stud high-low, where there's an extra round of double betting, after you're after the third level and the limits are 50, 100, you can really only play one hand after 4th Street. And I understand that you guys have concerns about that the tournament is going to take a long time, but it's not like No Limit Hold'em or even regular Hold'em where in the first few levels you can build a chip stack up because you win the pots. But in this game, if you don't scoop the pot, you don't win anything. So, you know, I just want to think, you know, what did you think? Did you get some complaints that we didn't start with enough chips for that tournament? No? Well,
I got one now.
You know, it is similar thing in Omaha, but at least with Omaha, there isn't that extra double betting round. But stud high-low, it was just a big struggle.
So what do you think a fair amount of chips would be?
I got to be honest with you, for a $300 tournament, I think we should have at least $1,500 in chips. And for this $500 tournament, it should almost be as much as $2,000. And I asked Ron, and I think that they were only doing $1,000, and the rounds are only 45 minutes long. And it's just, like I said, past the third level, you really need to pick one hand to commit yourself to. Because if you're playing past 4th Street, you're betting $200 on 5th Street, and you have 3 more betting rounds, and it's just very, very difficult. And if you commit all your chips, you still might not end up winning anything because the pot is split. Yeah. So that's, I don't know, for any of you guys that play out there who play high-low tournaments, if you have a similar gripes, but...
Right to Bart.
You know,
well, we'll take that under consideration. Okay?
But I understand your concerns about that. You don't want the tournament to last forever, you know? I mean, so there's a couple of things that you have to weigh.
I always appreciate feedback. Sometimes we go with it. Sometimes we don't. You know.
Now, did seat 1, Matt checked his ace-queen from up front, and seat 5 has checked his trips, and now he's filled up on the river. And...
I guess nobody wants to make any money in this game.
And Denny, you're exactly right. When I say that, it's a thing. It's a question of, well, yeah, he bet now on the river, but by not betting on the turn, he didn't make any money on the turn, and now he makes absolutely no money on the hand whatsoever. Because I'm sure Matt would have called on the turn with ace queen with ace 9, 10, 10. So
If you're out
I
here,
just don't get it sometimes. But.
Small blind. Wow, you didn't call 20? Small blind. Check.
You know, and it's frustrating for me too in Omaha, Denny, when I play a hand nicely in the first few levels, and some guy chases me down with a ridiculous one-ended draw, and I end up winning nothing. You never get to build your chip stack up. Sometimes if you don't get lucky in these
all he
high-low
has to say
tournaments.
is 3 words: 9 versus 10. Oh, no, I'm just telling.
Five players.
Good lay down. Because it was checked all the way down. I was going to bet the turn, but I didn't like the
Check.
Looks like no one's going to take any initiative here. I'm trying to still figure out who's got the best hand. I think Queen 7 backed into the best hand here, Denny. C2.
Yeah.
Ace high.
7. You know what I did last night? I was actually, Monday and Tuesday nights are my day off. I played a stud high-low tournament on one of the internet poker sites, and I listened to some of the archives. I don't know if you had a chance to do that, but
No,
I listened
haven't.
to the Greg Raymer one when he came in, when he was playing you and I, and then when he came in.
So
the
you
booth
have
with me.
your own subscription?
I do.
Oh, cool.
I do indeed.
I might sign up myself. Use my producer's credit card.
But the Greg Raymer one's interesting. You know, it comes very natural for him to commentate. I thought he did a great job. I'd love to get, if anyone can help me with this out there in the world, or know Negrano, I'd love to get Negrano in here too, because I know he loves to do this type of thing. And I think he would be great at it as well.
Yeah, Danny would be very good at this. Definitely has a personality.
Sure.
Probably couldn't get him to shut up.
Him and me in the same thing, and I don't know what would happen.
I don't know.
40. Two players.
It's like King Jack's got the best hand here, seat 8.
150.
Well, he checked the flop in position with second pair and an overcard. Usually you're not going to see that. It's going to be very difficult for seat 5 to call here. He has one pair. Well, yeah, he does have an open-ended straight draw, though, Denny.
I don't think that's worth 150.
Well, of course, seat 8 has the same straight draw with a higher pair.
Right.
So C2 would need to, C5 would need to catch a 2 to win the pot. He could chop the pot, but he was going to fold.
Lay it down. Hey, we got another tournament coming up after this one, about 2 weeks, called Stars and Stripes.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Which used to be actually in the summer, in July.
Right, because that's why it was called Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, but now with the World Series of Poker moving their dates, it made everybody else shuffle around. And
right.
So we're having ours in April. It's going to be April 10th to May 1st. Stars and Stripes. Look for it in our ad and card player, probably in the next issue.
And Stars and Stripes is kind of a similar tournament to Winning the Green. The
Well,
events aren't
smaller
as,
buy-ins.
yeah, the buy-ins aren't as big.
1 in
right?
200 for the
Right.
most part. I
Right.
think we have a $300 buy-in also.
Is there kind of a main event, like $1,000 no limit event at the
No,
end?
it's actually a 300.
300.
And it's a multiple rebuy, 100,000 guaranteed.
I was going through some of my old tournament entries last night as I was doing my taxes. You know, write-offs.
Yeah.
Those tournament losses. Found some old Stars and Stripes slips from last year.
Hey, Queen. Diamond short.
9 Jack has the best hand here, seat 7.
Seat 1 has a gut shot, straight draw.
Seeing a lot of kind of passive play here. Matt's going to bet right in here.
2 players.
So straight, I hit straight, you lose, huh? Okay. Should have came out betting on the turn.
I put it up here, the last card.
They got rabbit cam.
Put the last card up
Matt
here.
checks behind, takes the free card.
If you go back, and
Now seat 7's got 2 pairs.
Go to the hands, you can go ahead
Gotta
and
think
pick
he's
that
got the best hand. He's not gonna get a call though.
$14.95 a month for unlimited access.
You know, they're talking about the archives on the site here. $14.95 for a monthly subscription. That's really dirt cheap. I don't know if you've checked out other subscriptions for online products, but they're usually around $20 a month.
Right.
And
Of course,
some even go up to $30. You know, them porn sites and everything.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Of course, I don't want to confuse people. The stream is going to continue to be free, you know, from 6 to 10.
Right.
From Wednesday through Saturday, so we're not charging for that.
And the
It's just
archives are just going to grow and grow and grow. I mean,
right.
The more shows we have, the more hours we have, obviously.
You want your cards in the slot.
So if you're interested,
want the cards in
it's
the
right on. Click on the archive banner at thebike.com. Sign up $14.95 a month, and you can watch all the past shows that you like. Watch your favorite ones over and over again. Good study tool for you also. Study how certain players play. Especially for the guys that are local, you know, and play with these guys all the time. Man.
Seat
Pick up some
3
information.
hasn't had an open-ended straight draw, and there's picked up a pair.
Seat 7 has 2 pair though, 8s and 9s. Oh, there it is. Went from one side of the screen to the other.
Now seat 6 has got 2 pairs. Ace is up.
Ace is up.
I think looks like it just got checked down there on the river.
I tell you, these guys are something else.
Every night there's kind of a story, and I think tonight is a story of missed value betting.
I think we should send a violin player out there. You know.
Denny, we had a guy check quads on the river earlier tonight.
Really?
Yeah. So, you know, we've seen missed bets all over the place
Look,
tonight.
the producer, she's writing down violin player. Question mark.
Tonight's definitely been a story of kind of slow playing and missed bets all over the place.
We had you probably know, we had a head-up match play game earlier tonight.
Right, it lasted about 5 minutes.
Shirley Rosario and John Grandy from the college.
$200 no-limit cash game, freeze out, so it was just kind of heads up until
400. Well, she won 200 really.
Right, and she had put up $200 of her own money, and the guy won by entering a raffle, and then the agreement was for the casino put up $200 for him to play against her. No rake was taken or anything like that.
You know that comes out of years of my
right.
paycheck.
But can't really fault. I don't know if you saw the hand, but can't really fault the guy for putting all his money in.
No, actually, I didn't see it. What was it?
Shirley had Ace King, and he had Jack 10 suited of hearts. Flop was Ace King of hearts with a 6. So the guy's got he's got a gut shot royal flush draw, straight draw, and and it got checked on both players checked on the flop. The turn came Jack, so now he's got a pair with a straight draw and a flush draw. So I mean, and then he kind of pushed on the turn, or he bet, and Shirley put them all in, and he called. So.
Boy, I'm gonna give her a hard time tomorrow.
Well, those types of plays when you're heads up when you flop 2 pair, you can trap because the chances that someone are gonna, it's just the hands mean so much more when you're heads up as opposed to trying to slow play on a table with 10 people where there's so many cards that can beat you.
Yeah.
Huh? No, but you can put a little extra.
I'm sure if she knew that the guy had Jack 10 of hearts on the flop, she wouldn't have slow played the flop. But
touch your nose here.
You know, and that it's safe.
That's right. No comment.
You've worked with Jennifer in the booth before, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
No?
I haven't had the pleasure.
Did you see that?
We were going to play a joke. You know the monitor we have in front of us that nobody else can see but us?
Yeah.
Well, we were going to do a close-up
4
shot and see if you said anything on the air.
I was going to say, I know where this is going, Denny.
But we decided not to.
$15.
Matt's got an open-ended straight draw with a couple of overcards. He's going to raise. Seat 8 bets the top pair. $15. Matt raises to $35. Pot's about $60. Matt's a little bit of a favorite here with 2 cards to come.
Was she right?
Looks like an 8 comes on the turn.
Oh, that's from Jennifer. Look,
Oh, look at
hello
that.
to all the 2+2 forum
Posters.
Oh,
And Matt got there on the river.
that's nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Matt got there on the river, Denny.
Oh, he sure did.
Yeah.
65.
Yeah. To all my peeps. Word.
Seat 8 played this hand pretty passively. Checked him out on the turn. Matt took the free card. Got there on the river.
I thought I told you that. We were
I would dare Jennifer to write her telephone number and do that.
I don't know if I've ever seen Jennifer post on 2+2. I'll have to ask her what her handle name is after the show.
Foxy lady, maybe?
Oh, maybe.
Small blind, big blind, please.
She's what, 21?
You like the big blind?
Yes.
Somewhere around there.
19?
Yeah, 19. Of course, you have to be 21 to play in card rooms in California.
That's right. I was joking.
Yeah.
She's really 47. A young lady walking around the table with a scanner there, scanning the membership cards. Every hour they come around, you get 1 point. 1 point in a game like this gets you a complete dinner, free meal on the house. And also,
15 more, Flair.
we have a rewards program where we actually pay you to play here at the bike. Play what, 30 hours is it?
First 25 hours
25
you get
hours?
$25 for, and then at this game you get $3 an hour after that. At the 500 game and 2040 you get $5 an hour. So
it's not a bad deal.
No, not at all.
There are 2 players.
Oh, you know what else I wanted to mention to you, Danny?
They're watching you right now.
As seat 2 flops top pair. Now that the $500 unrestricted buy and no limit game is a jackpot game, we will no longer be seeing multiple cards run, multiple rivers run, and turn and rivers
That's
run.
what I heard.
I asked Jesse last week on the show as the host of that game. There's no way that they would be able to do it with the jackpot because it would kill the jackpot.
No, the original. What I heard, the original river card would be the only card good for the jackpot. And then if they rerun the river and hit a jackpot, it won't be a jackpot.
Okay. Well, I had asked Jesse last week about that, and he said that they wouldn't do it, but
Yeah,
maybe.
I think they had a meeting after
Oh,
that
okay.
and discussed it.
Okay.
Made the change.
Well, I think that they should. I agree with that, though. I think they should be able to run it if people want to do it.
I don't
especially
know
if it's
why
on
you
the
weren't
line.
informed, though, but I'll find out who's responsible.
No, it's not supposed to hurt.
Wow, seat 7's bet here. He's only got pocket 3s. And seat 2's going to call. He's going to take the hand down.
Didn't bet enough money, that's for sure.
No, we saw some. I used to make this type of mistake that C2 just did there. You have a hand there, and I'm C2, and I call the guy. Okay, instead of waiting for me to let the other guy turn his hand over that's going to lose to pick up information,
Right,
I turn
right.
my hand
I
over
was
first,
just-
and then he just mucks it, and I never get to see what the guy
I was thinking that,
had.
and you said it for me. I really was. I was thinking, you called his bet, make
Right.
him turn over first.
Also, what happens too is a lot of times, like if you want to check it down on the river and you're last to act, a lot of people will just show down by putting their cards up. Well, you can check. You don't have to show your cards up. You're last to act. You know what I mean? If it's
Right.
checked, you check, and then wait for them to turn their cards up. Just pick up some information, especially if you're paying for it.
Pocket 6s and
Ugh.
seat 7.
And let me
Look
give
at
you
that.
another
Three-
prediction
three
that
threes,
seat
seat
6
6.
is not going to bet here. Of course
No?
not. Of course not.
Oh, I only have 3 threes. I don't want to bet this hand.
So
Yeah.
You might want to let me check in front of you, Matt.
And let's see if he checks again, Denny.
80s first.
See if he checks again.
I don't know what Jennifer's doing in this.
21.
$21.
I think it was an unraised pot, so we should just limit him from small pot.
Raise it.
Oh, he said raise.
All right. Give the guy credit there.
How much should I raise? $5, $10?
Well, he only has he really should. Well,
60. 21.
okay, he's going to raise to 60. That's not a bad raise. Again, this was an unraised pot, so the pot isn't that
60
big.
more, I think.
Everything.
So $81 total.
She can go.
C2 with the 9, 10, 10s and 3s.
I made a mistake.
It's going to muck.
No hard feeling.
And actually, C2 is the one that led.
Aaron tried to bully your way out of it.
Thank you.
So he ended up making $19 on that hand. Now, if he had bet the flop and bet 15, he probably would have got a call from a king. There was a guy with a king in there, maybe a couple other people.
Right.
And then who knows how much more money he would have made by betting, further streets. Like I said, not necessarily a bad case to slow play there because the board really wasn't that threatening. It was a rainbow flop. But we're talking about earning money on your hands that you win, maximizing your profits.
Exactly.
I had the ace. Of course. That's why we're here. King will be good. I figure an ace come, I'm still good. I get the diamond, I'm still good. Nobody bet. Went around, nobody bet the 3, so I'm good. Took my chances.
Seat 8's got middle pair. Seat 1's got a pair of 9s.
10.
No, that's an 8 up there. I'm sorry.
And Jennifer in seat 9, I can't quite tell. Jennifer forgot to put her cards up on the camera. Can you believe that? Wow. She's calling, and I don't know. Obviously, we don't know what she has. And wow, seat 1. Oh, excuse me, Matt had mucked.
Oh, come back with the
I was going to say seat 1 had a gut shot.
I would have called, but I'm already committed.
So we don't know exactly what Jennifer had there.
When I have the ace, I don't take my chance.
Matt mucked his gut shot and could go out there on the turn. It was the correct laydown, though. So have you been paying more attention, Denny, when you play to, in no-limit games especially, if you think you're going to make a call on a draw, how much money the guy has in front of him? Or have you been thinking, how much money you might make if you hit your draw? Have you been thinking? Because it's really sometimes it's really important to do that. If you have a gut shot draw, and you have 4 outs, well, the guy's betting $20 into me, so how much can I possibly win if I hit it on the turn? If I can win over $200, then yeah, maybe it's something that I might want to do. But if the guy only has $50 left in front of him, why would I want to call a $20 bet with a gut shot draw?
Yeah.
So,
one thing I've learned from the show and from you is being the aggressor, being the first one out there in the pot.
Absolutely.
And see if you get popped.
3 players. 2 players.
Pay for some information.
Looks like actually seat 2 is in there against seat 7. Seat 2 has pocket 8s, so it's pocket 8s against queen 9 suited.
I played online the other day. The pot was like $50, and I did think I could win on the river, but I wanted to see what the guy had, so I paid him off, and he didn't have anything. I won the pot with a high card.
Wow. There's some passive play by seat 2 there, Denny. Denny, he had pocket 8s. Again, we don't have it up there. He had pocket 8s. He checked the flop. And then he checked the turn, and then the river card came 9, and seat 7 took the pot down with queen 9. And some passive play by seat 7 by not betting the turn when he's got a flush draw there, too. So, again, if you got pocket 8s in that case, I'd probably bet right out on the flop there.
Live straddle.
Live straddle.
Straddle it.
We have a straddle.
Yeah.
Everyone's playing too slow.
I love getting aces in this job.
Only happens like once every blue moon.
Yeah.
Matt's got a big slick ace king suit, ace king offsuit.
There we
How do you
go.
know How do you know I don't have aces?
And we're looking at, I think, probably the first live straddle of the night. Danny, forced raise under the gun.
Nobody's your call, I don't think.
Well, we'll see if seat 6 calls here with a suited connector.
How good of a hand do you have?
Now here's an example, Danny. It's a $30 raise.
30 more good.
Guy only has 200 in front of him. I wouldn't call here. If you had more, you might want to call.
Not as good as your flush draw.
And even a suited connector, usually you want even more money in there than a pocket pair.
Right, you can have that.
So he's gonna fold, and that's the right fold to make.
That's exactly what I put you on. That's exactly what I put you on.
Matt was the fellow, remember, who made quads on Shirley last week or a week and a half ago
Yeah.
at the end of the show.
Me personally, I don't think this king is worth $40.
If for some reason you think you saw something on this show you'd like to look at later, join our click on our archive banner and get yourself a subscription. You can now check out all the archive shows from past shows, $14.95 a month. That's all it takes.
I don't know if we'll be able to, maybe by the end of the broadcast we might be able to get a shot of somebody holding up the back of Card Player magazine. It's over Matt's right, his left shoulder right there. And I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if our camera will be able to pick it up, but it's a big advertisement on the back of the magazine, Danny.
Yeah. Actually, that looks like it's the cover. So
yeah, that's the cover, right?
Yeah,
Turn
it over for us.
Right.
Hey, Matt, could you flip it over? Jack 4 picks up 2 pairs. Seat 5.
Seat 6 has got a flush draw.
He's only betting $15.
Seat 6 has got a flush draw and an open-ended straight draw. And
there's another 5.
Oh my gosh, I got counterfeited, man.
That's true. He got counterfeited, but he's still going to take the pot down.
I got counterfeited. I couldn't bet no more.
You know, in that case, if I'm seat 6 and somebody bets to me on the turn there, I might go in for a huge raise. Or a very, very large, substantial raise. There's a huge semi-block. I mean, you have so many outs on the river. Now, we know that the guy probably would have called the 2 pair, but if he's just betting on a jack, Denny, it's... You know, I've got queen 6. I have flush draw and an open-ended straight draw, plus an overcard.
Box card. It's a box card. It can be replaced right
Looking at almost 20 outs, 19, 18, 19, 20 outs, somewhere around there.
Now, what happened there, he had a box card in the deck. A box card means the card was turned face up in the deck. And they treat that like it didn't exist. They just take that card off and give the player the next
I think
card.
it has something to do, too. It becomes a burn card in certain situations as well. I'm not exactly sure what the procedure is here. But sometimes they might not burn.
It should be the burn card.
Now, seat 5's got pocket aces in the small blind. And looks like he just flat called with 4 players in. That's kind of dangerous. Or no, excuse me. Maybe he was the original raiser, Denny. I think he may have been the original raiser. Yeah, he raised it to 18. Jen's got pocket 6s. Probably looking at his chip stack again. Can I make $180 on this if I hit my 6? Let's see what the guy's stack is. It's probably somewhere around 200, I would think.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Not really. I like it. I'm actually worried about what these 2 guys are about to do.
He looks like... well, Brian's head's in the way, unfortunately. But I think he probably rebought. She probably has odds to call. Yeah, she does. And she does make the correct call. So if she hits a 6 here, she can make over 10 times her money on the call there.
Right.
So I like the call.
It was made total.
Oh, did I make it 18 total? That was an accident, but okay. That's okay.
Plus you have people behind you that might call too, Denny. So
Take advantage.
it looks like Terry's going to call here with queen 10 suited.
Yeah, good.
And seat 4 is going to call a 5-8 offsuit.
No, he can take it 15 down, 18 down.
That's what he can do, you're correct.
Very dangerous to have 4 people in the pot here. Ooh, all clubs, although he's got the ace of clubs, so he's got to feel better about that. Now, Terry's got top pair. Wow, and he checks it. The aces with the ace of club checks it. Terry might be in a little bit of a precarious situation here. He has top pair. Doesn't have any clubs.
Well, if he's going to check his aces here, he might end up checking them all the way down.
Well, no, I don't think. I think he's probably wants to check raise here. The problem is with Terry is that he just doesn't have a lot of chips, and it looks like he's going to go all in.
He is all in?
Yeah, he only has, and he's way behind here. He doesn't know it, but he's way behind. He's going to have to draw to a queen or a 10 here. And seat 5, this is going to be an easy call.
99, all in.
Quick call.
Aces call.
Quick call. This is going to be easy to lay down for Jen. And Terry's way, way behind. It's nice to have aces and flop with a 3-suited board when you have one of the suits in your hand.
Yeah. There's a jack. Aces hold up.
Nice.
Thank you, Clark. Appreciate
it. I don't mind the play there from Terry. I mean, it's very difficult to put the guy on aces, obviously, at any time. And, if he has ace-king and he's betting or checking with the intention to raise, or someone has a high club, he only has $100, and the pot already is 70, so you've got to push all in there.
Yeah.
So it's just, he was in a tricky spot.
So I actually like that flop.
About a 90 to 90. Wow. That's a surprise.
I call.
He calls.
Oh, let's not break
Slams
the
them
table
chips down.
That just cost me $23. Oh, actually.
Jennifer was saying it cost her $23. But I think that she had the odds to call there, though. Deuce, 3, 10, 2 clubs. Looks like seat 4 has got bottom pair. Seat 2 has the best hand with pair of 4s. Wow, now seat 4's got 2 pairs, Danny. 2s and 5s. Third club comes, though.
Well, seat 4 is out. It was just
Oh, okay.
16. That's 16.
Let me see if I have 2 clubs.
You only need 1 club.
I have spades.
You would have had 2 pairs.
I'm not good with spades.
The seat 2 actually has the only club, too.
Because they... I'm probably going home soon, Matt, so I'm not going to eat yet.
What are you going to do
after
this? Oh, I go to a live game. Table 612 or an 816.
Looks like a seat 4 is a new player there.
This one table and then 3 more live games, the same tables over and over. This one, three the same. This one.
Brian's explaining the what these dealers do on rotation. They deal this table and then they'll go around and push 2 other tables and then they take their break.
Right.
So I think it's a set of 3 or 4 dealers. It's Brian, Greg, and the other 2 ladies, which I always forget their names. Evelyn told me earlier and I already forgot.
How did your term go?
That's Ravi right there. Sopat's the other girl.
Sopat, that's right.
Good job.
But that's Ravi.
Super easy.
And I think that we have them dressed up. Usually the dealers have a white shirt on, but I think we were concerned that the glare from the white, might reflect, so that they wear special maroon shirts for this.
The official shirt of Live at the Bike.
Maroon, yeah. These guys, they have these Live at the Bike spinners that are like card protectors, kind of like Pogs, and I was trying to get one, and they wouldn't give it to me.
Oh, I can get you one.
Oh, yeah.
I got a whole bunch of my own.
20. Time, please. Raise, make it 20.
Well, there's the hands right now.
Matt in seat 1's got a king-queen offsuit.
Heads up.
And I think seat 8 called, excuse me. And he's got pocket 9s. So king-queen offsuit against pocket 9s. Wow, Matt flopped open-ended straight. It's a great flop for Denny for a king-queen here.
Sure.
Great flop.
Especially if a 9 hits. Really gets some action.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to check and call from seat 8. Ooh.
7 will help.
Seat 8 still has the best hand. And Matt's going to take the free card.
And 8 would make a straight.
And now he's picked up top pair. And it's still difficult for pocket 9s to bet in here, Denny. I don't like the bet.
Bet 40.
unless you think you're going to bet the guy off the hand. I mean, what else do you think he has if he took a free card, Denny, you know? Ace, king, king, queen, right? Something like that. I wouldn't bet that at the end.
You stop shooting.
I mean, if you think you have the best hand, you might want to check and call, maybe to induce a bluff, but I don't necessarily know if I'm going to bet someone off with this board with the king. I would be very surprised if Matt lays his hand down.
Oh,
Very surprised.
I can use it. Me. Greg, grab her. I just needed a Diet Pepsi and a cup of ice.
He calls, and he's going to win.
Sit down, please.
Diet Pepsi and a cup of ice.
King, queen comes through again.
Yep.
I mean, when you flop Jack 10, when you have king, queen, I mean, you have 3 kings as an out, 3 queens as an out against a lower pair, and then you're open-ended, 9 and a
ace.
And an ace, right. You know, four nines and 4 aces. So you're about 15 outs on the flop, so you're favored
Wait for blind, or you want to
over any underpair. And a huge flop is when you flop open-ended with king, queen with a flush draw, too, Denny. More outs. Really big favorite.
You got to count. You can have, you know, you play high cards. That's a 60. You raise him, he walks away from that. That's when he was to tell you a bet that I don't have a high card. I think that's why I read him in ace king. That's why I read him.
What's the most I can raise?
So you had a pair. You got to come back.
You know, I was looking for winning the green schedule. What's the next few events off the top of your head?
Tomorrow's a 300 buy-in limit hold'em.
How much?
That's Thursday night?
Yeah.
Friday is probably, I'm not sure, but it's probably, I am sure, it's a lowball event.
Oh, you
Friday
really?
is lowball.
Huh.
$300 buy-in.
How many people you get for that? Like 60 or 70, something like
We'll
that?
get close to 100, 120.
And actually, you actually spread one table lowball satellites, too, the day of, I think. Or as I remember from last year.
We'll spread it anytime,
Right.
any game. As long as they all want to play it.
But I mean, it's, you know, these same game satellites.
Yeah, it'll be awesome. And,
Sunday's a big Omaha event, but I'm still up in the air as to whether I'm going to play it or not, Denny, for the reasons I expressed earlier, depending on how many chips you guys start us with.
1,000.
Really? For a $500 buy-in?
Yep,
Yeah.
45-minute rounds.
Well, I'm going to have to think about that one. Consult with Shirley on that.
Shirley's playing.
Well, I know Shirley's playing.
So you got a couple levels to build some chips, that's all.
Yeah, but the thing is, like I said, though, it's really, you know, a lot harder to build chips in a high-low game than it is in a game that plays high only, or low only, one side, you know.
I'm not chopping with you.
Don't chop with them. We can pay.
Really? You want me to raise you?
How about this, though, Denny? I'm sure this is probably going to apply in a $500 game.
Well, let me see.
The $100 bills that we used to see play probably are no longer going to play in the $500 game. And in the jackpot games, we don't allow bills on the table, I guess for fear that someone might be able to do something tricky with the cards.
Okay.
So I assume in the $500 game, sometimes we've seen people with large stacks of bills. Those are no longer going to play on the table.
I haven't heard a word.
But anyways, it's good to know that they will be running the river multiple times. I kept telling people that they weren't.
You can run the river 20 times.
Did it have a 69?
Have 20 little pots out there.
But you don't like it anyways, though, right?
Well,
made your views
it's not
clear.
so bad now that I understand it.
Oh, okay.
When I first saw it, I didn't understand it.
I didn't explain it to you well enough?
I guess not. I think you confused me.
What else is new, right?
There's way too much
That's all right.
chopping going on.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. All of this is trash except for the one.
Looks like Jennifer's got about $700 to $800 in front of her. Seat 9. She's been the big winner today.
Wish I had $700 to $800 in my pocket.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 25, 740, 740, 50. $740.50. If she stacked those in 20 chip denominations, which it looks like, I don't know. Maybe she's a little bit short. Those might be 15s, but I'm going to assume that they're 20s.
Raise. Make it 15.
15. That's a wimpy raise.
He's got a suited connector. He's got 8, 9 of diamonds.
I thought for sure you were going to call.
And he's not going to get any callers. So you said that when you play online, you don't really play no limit games, right? You play limit like 3, 6, 4, 8.
Yeah,
like
usually I
that.
play 3, 6. Or 5, 10.
For those of you that are posting up on 2+2, like Denny had mentioned, we kind of lost the notebook computer that we used to monitor your threads when we had some technical difficulties earlier. So don't think we're neglecting you. We just can't see your comments. But please continue to post, because I read them every night. And the powers that be here who run the show read them
I
every
read them
night.
when I go home at night. It puts me to sleep. It's like my bedtime story. Please start your post with Once Upon a Time for me, okay?
Seat 7's got King 10 suited here.
C1 or C2? Slow playing the crap out of my
Pocket 9s, King 10 suited, King 7 suited. Seat 5 looks like he's got Jack 6 suited. That's the one that we're missing right there. There we go.
Is that a king or a queen out there?
It's a king. King 10-5. So seat 7's flop. Top 2 pairs. Probably not going to get much action. Wow. Seat.
Headset.
Looks like seat 6 called with
Seat 6 guy.
King 7. And wow, now he has 2 pairs too, Denny. So we could see some fireworks, as we say. All in. We don't see many chips, either of these guys.
All in for $2. Just kidding. He's got a little more than that.
King 10's going to take this one down.
Oh, what a flap. What a raise.
Well, sounds like this was the excitement of the whole hour. You know?
And seat 6 was probably saying to himself, how can a guy bet that flop when he flops top 2 pair? Because we know that seat 6 probably wouldn't have bet the flop.
Thank you.
The way that he's playing some of his 3-of-a-kind flops and stuff like that. But I love that bet. You get the call from King 7, and then you get him all in. Now, granted, if the 7 hadn't come, he wouldn't have gone all in. But let's say that the turn was something else. Now you've missed the call that you would have got from King 7 on the flop. You might get him on the turn, but, you know, it's just value betting and making the most amount of money with your hands.
7, I'm like, there's no way he can beat me. Loves 2 pairs.
Had there been any talk, Denny, about maybe putting on, we're going to eventually put on some more tournaments on our webcast, right? Final tables.
Actually we have one, is it this coming Saturday, I believe? Sunday? Lips Tour. Lips Tour is a ladies tournament.
Right.
It's a circuit that goes around the country, different places. And their next stop is here at the bike.
Yep.
It's on Sundays, ladies only. It starts at 12:15. 150 buy-in, and I think a $25 entry fee.
And we're going to broadcast that game?
The final table.
Which is going to be on Sunday, and we're going to record it for Wednesday.
And if they want to make a deal, at the final table, they're going to play anyway.
Good. So we are going to record on Sunday and then broadcast for the first part of Wednesday. I think is the nod that I'm getting at. Makes sense to me.
Then I got the king. I'm like, okay.
So it won't be live, unedited, unscripted on Sunday.
Well, I'm sure we're not going to cut any of the hands out, though, probably, just because it's not our thing that we do, you know.
Oh, I got lucky. Didn't have any more money.
But you're not going to make it. Why don't you just tell them that you can't chop until down to 3 or something like that in the beginning? Can't you say that? Well, you said that you can make that stipulation,
Sure,
right?
I can say anything. I'm the tournament director.
Well, I mean, say if they want to chop, if they want to chop, they have to play for something.
What I'll do, our normal procedure, if the players want to make a deal, that's fine. Whoever the chip leader is first place, so forth. The tournament's over. However, if they want to play for like the trophy, they have to save 10% of the prize pool. Then they can make
Yeah.
a deal, save 10%, play for that in the trophy. And that's what I would do in future situations like that.
Like you said, we
Have
weren't
play for 10%.
predicting a 10-way chop like this.
No, we weren't. The way I looked at it, I didn't think people really cared about watching a bunch of college students play when they had you and I on the air to talk.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
of
we're
course.
entertainment enough, right?
Of course. I still think some of the show is interesting because we got to see the procedures of how you go about chopping for all you poker diehards out there. Matt's got a big slick suited here. Denny, seat 1. Ace King, spades.
Yeah, I'd like to see us do a live blackjack, live at the blackjack game. Or something. That'd be fun. Blackjack can be fun to watch.
20.
Maybe we can do an event where we have a freeze out between all the commentators and bring some new people in to commentate that game on the table.
That'd be cool.
Shirley, Jennifer, Yana, myself, David,
Well,
and you.
Either that, we could all have headphones, but you and I, being the two head commentators, would have a little monitor screen so we could see all the hole cards.
Oh, okay. And play at the same time. Now, seat 1's got a big part of this flop with Ace King, but seat 5's got Ace Queen here too, Denny. So, see if he pops it up here, or he's going to cold call.
And he's got a heart for a backdoor flush.
Backdoor flush draw.
Oh, is that a back?
Wow, and the 10 of hearts comes, and let's see if this slow Matt down a bit here. A bit 50.
I told you, man, I got a call. There's a heart.
I got a call.
And he's going to call.
Here comes the heart. Come on.
Oh,
There it is.
There it
You got
is.
the nut plug, I gotta check. Got to bet 75.
Got to bet 75, Matt.
King of Hearts. I know, I can't beat the King of Hearts. I don't know if
He ain't got the king of hearts.
Pretty strong board for him on the turn there when he's got the Queen of Hearts and the Ace Queen. Very difficult for Matt to call here. It's tough to lay down, but the guy bet enough though too, where it's.
Yeah, $75, pretty sizable bet there. The pot's pretty big too.
I gotta wait till I get home. You're gonna have to wait till you get home. Alright. I really did have Ace King too. I sucked out on you. I'll show you what. Whoops, wrong one. Ace Queen. So I just sucked out. Oh, you do have the heart.
And he shows it though.
What jackpot did they hit?
I think a jackpot was hit somewhere in the casino. We have our roving reporter running out there right now to find out.
Must be the 100.
You know, for all the poker that I've played in live brick and mortar casinos, I've never come close to hitting a bad beat jackpot. Except one time in Omaha, Denny.
I've never hit one either.
One time.
I've never been at a table that hit one.
Kathy Liebert, I was talking to her briefly. I only got to talk to her for about 5 minutes. She started off playing poker as a green chip prop, in a casino. Much the same way that some of our lady commentators are right now. Yana and Jennifer. Yeah.
Kathy was a prop?
Yeah, low chip.
I sold Kathy. I do real estate on the side.
Yeah, I know, but I did put
I
him
sold
on
her a
Ace King,
condominium
so it was a bad
about
suck out.
3-4 years ago.
Oh, really? We're out here in LA?
Yeah, in Downey.
Oh, yeah?
Downey in South Carolina. Yeah, the address is.
Make it 60.
Just kidding.
You live in Downey, though, don't you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No, I live in Van Nuys. Yes, I live in Downey.
Matt's got second pair here.
Actually, I can't get away because I'm actually in the phone book.
Look at this. Matt, I think, brought this one in for a raise. Maybe he's on a little bit of a tilt. He has 4-10 offsuit. He brought it in for a raise. Oh, this was the story that Shirley was telling us, though. This is Matt's favorite hand, 10-4. And that's why Shirley called at the end there last week, because she thought that maybe he was representing 10-4. But whenever Matt has 10-4, he likes to play this hand, and he plays it strong.
Because probably a CB radio enthusiast. 10-4, good buddy.
So 10-4 wins for him.
I got one.
The new table, they just opened it.
Looks like we got a new player in seat 2 there.
Oh, what? They hit the no limit? They just hit the no limit jackpot?
Really?
In what table?
Did you hear that, Denny? They just hit the no limit jackpot. Wow. So that's going to be somewhere around 48 or 49,000, I think. I don't know if that's true. I just from what we heard on the table.
45.
But that's really something if that happened. Because we had a long streak when we didn't hit the jackpot. Seat 5's got Ace King, got Big Slick.
I could have swore I saw aces. I could have been mistaken. There's kings. Oh, they are just.
Trying to get a look there and see, pan over to the left side there, the no limit is the no limit.
Wow.
They're in the process of changing the board now. I can see it flickering there.
So you think it was hit then?
Yeah.
Now we know nobody has queen for sure.
Wow. And now 3 queens flop here, Denny, and seat 7's got quads.
Quads.
From the button, too. Now, if you want to slow play a hand, well, this might be a case. Although you could bet, though, because if someone's got a pair, they're going to pay you off as well. So seat 6...
75. I thought. I'm all in.
Oh, wow, he goes quickly all in. Seat 7 quickly goes all in.
That's less than 75.
Looks like seat 6 bet 75.
Lost. Oh, I see. Okay.
No, seat 5 bet 75. Seat 6 called, I
I
believe.
want you to count how many queens are in that deck, because I got one in here, so.
You wish.
Right. Do you have queen? Check.
Maybe.
Seat 5 bet 75, and
Between you guys.
looks. I don't know if he's going to call here, Denny, or what. Seat 6 went all in for short for 50 with his full house. Seat 7 has gone out to quad queens.
The guys are talking about their hands, and the 2 guys still have money.
No, I think maybe seat 5 is all in as well.
No.
I think that's what it was. No, I think maybe he called seat 7. I think seat 7 might have only had about
Seat 6
$25
was looking at
left.
seat 7's hand, telling seat 5, yeah, he's got the queen. The guy's got money.
Thank you. 200 behind.
I think what had happened there, Denny, was that seat 5 bet 75. Seat 6 had 50 left, so he called, and then seat 7 with the queen only had like 100, so he went all in, and then it was only 25 more to call for ace king, so he called. He's drawing dead.
1, 2, 5 colors. 4 colors. How many were? 4, right?
Yeah.
Kings. Yeah, kings.
7.
A little higher than his. Yeah, that's why I said, damn, please don't tell me no one got a queen.
Hey, I was 1 card away from quads. At pocket 4s.
Oh.
You see the river? It was a 4.
Was it really?
Make it 15.
If it came around 104, it
He called.
10,000 though.
Yeah, we would have got 10,000.
Seat 4's
That's right. You had the 4?
raising with pocket 9s to $15.
Oh, that's right.
So the no limit jackpot is back down to $10,000.
It's possible they may have seated it higher. We don't know. Sometimes they do that. But.
Well, we had that layover though when it got capped at 100,000.
Right.
And that's why it was started higher.
They seated it like 40,000 here.
Matt's got the best hand here in seat 1. He's got Jack 9.
Anybody ask for service here?
Oh, time.
30 seconds.
He asked.
Seat 4 is going to lead. It doesn't look like he has many chips left. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Matt re-raise them all in if it comes around to him.
Okay.
Seat 6 is folded.
Matt laid it down.
Wow. Jack with a weak kicker. Now, that's not necessarily a bad play to have when, when you have top pair, it's less than queen with a weak kicker. There's a bunch of draws out there. I wouldn't necessarily mind seeing that laydown, but the guy only had an additional $40 more. He checked, the guy bet, everyone folded, so why not put the guy all in? I mean, that's what I would have done.
Okay, I take that back. What he wanted was somebody to have.
Now, if the guy bets and you see two callers, then I don't mind the muck there. Or maybe a call and see what happens on the turn.
You don't call it.
What the hell was I doing in that hand?
Rolling into the last 10 or 15 minutes of
I got some
webcast.
information about your play the other day, too.
What's that?
Well, I was talking to somebody, and they were saying you're not as tight as you come across to be. I guess they were in a game with you.
Who said that?
Caught you playing a little loose or something. I don't remember who it was. Is that true?
Oh, that would never be true.
you
I would
have,
never want to mix my play up.
I'm tight, and I'm tight all the time.
The only way they can have a jackpot is with his hand. Because he had a 7.
I did give a guy a really, really bad beat at the 500 table around 4:30 in the morning on Monday morning. Caught about a $1,600 5-outer on the river.
What the hell are you doing up at 4 in the morning?
I know. It's because right before my 2 days off, so I was going on a little bit of a bender.
You're sick, puppy.
No one has really much of anything here, Denny. Well, seat 7's got a pair.
26.
I remember when I was younger, though, I used to do the same thing. I'd play all night. Look at Yoshi Nakano. He'll play for 3-4 days straight with no sleep. I don't know how he does it.
The problem that you run into sometimes when you do that, especially in Los Angeles, on a Sunday night going into Monday morning, is you've got to get out of the casino by 5 in the morning because it will take you 3 hours to get home if you don't. You know what I mean?
Well, depending on which way you have to travel.
Well, I have to go back into the city. I got to go back north.
You got north, yeah. You got
I live in the Beverly Hills area, so I got to go back 10 west.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Life is good for you.
Was it up on the balcony?
Yeah.
You're the person I actually did in the casino. Still happening across.
Well, we haven't seen Jennifer play in a long time.
Very cold.
Yeah, Jennifer, come on. Give us some excitement here.
Yeah, but
So seat 7 put this hand in for a little bit of a mini raise, pocket 9. It's $10.
I could over down.
Can I hit quads?
Up is King 6 Deuce.
This is almost like an online no limit game. I mean, the bets are real small, $10. You know. Normally in this game, you'll see a raise of like $25 before the flop.
Now this is interesting. Seat 5 bet the flop, and seat 7 just called, and seat 4 called. Now what's going to happen?
25.
Now you got to think, if you're pocket 9s, I would think that even more of a reason to call Denny, because now another king comes, making it less likely that the guy with kings has kings, and that's what seat 4 is thinking. He doesn't know the guy has a 6, but I'm surprised seat 9's laid that down. I mean, what was 9's waiting for? To try to hit a 9 on the turn? Again, you don't have odds
So
to do
where did they
that.
put
So.
the jackpot back at?
10,000.
It looks like it's a 0 right now.
It's a 0 right
Thank you,
now.
Steady.
But didn't say it's going to start 40?
Wow.
25.
And seat 4's going to bet right in. Pair of 4s. Now seat 5 might be thinking that this guy was sandbagging a king the whole time, but would he do it on the flop too? He could be betting a single ace here too, Denny. I think I might, if I was seat 5, I would probably call. Of course, a deuce would also beat you.
If I had been seat 5, I never would have played
No,
6-10
of course
on
not.
suit.
Of course not. Wow, he's going to lay it down. Lays the best hand down. And he shows him that he laid the best hand down. And then look at pocket 9s.
Yeah,
He's
pocket
got-
9s. He
yeah.
really laid the best hand down.
I don't understand the theory with that. And seat 7 and pocket 9s there. I don't get it. Why would you call the flop if another king comes and you're not going to call again? I mean, are you trying to hit your 2-outer? I don't quite understand that one.
You're lucky. You thought I missed. That wasn't a bet thinking I had a 6. That was a bet thinking I missed.
Higher bet.
Well, in just a few minutes, I'll go back to our tournament and see how many tables we have left.
How long were the levels tonight?
40-minute round.
Well,
Pocket aces. I got pocket aces.
it's always an approximate mathematical equation.
Just like my pocket.
So for 3 hours, we've had almost 3 levels, right? So about 30 to 40% of the field is going to be gone. 20 to 30% of the field, right? After 3 levels? Somewhere around there, right? After 3 levels? Usually I think it's about
3 levels,
30%.
2 hours.
Pocket aces.
Right. Oh, excuse me. So it's been
Ooh, I flopped the set. Check.
it's been more than 3 levels. That's what you're saying. You're right. 3 hours.
Look at this. Pocket ace is seat 5. Flops a set. Seat 7 has an ace. Now seat 7 has a flush draw. Also.
Now seat 5 checks, Denny, and he's gonna get a bet from seat 7. He's checked my set of aces,
Look,
and the guy's true. But what about the flush draw, though? How about the backdoor flush draw if the guy hits a flush on the river and beats him? Or actually, Ace Jack's got a higher flush draw.
That's who bet is a flush draw.
He has an ace there too, Denny. So, and now he's gonna bet.
He's going to bet. He might get a call from seat 7.
Wow.
75.
Yeah.
Seat 7, the guy, of course, that laid down the pocket 9.
That's a tender look he's giving.
You know,
Trust me, you're demolished right
Denny,
now.
I
got a set of aces.
He was
oh, he's gonna lay it down.
Oh, I'm sorry. You trust me, you're always good for me.
Ace Jack.
Damn, why is you always you there?
Why would you check the turn there, Denny, if you're going to get a call from Ace Jack? He could probably push in there and he's going to get a call from Ace Jack. With hearts, you know? Again, talk about misbets. Anyways, getting back to it, 3 hours, you're right, is about how many levels?
I'll take a guess. There's going to
5
be
levels?
about
So it's probably at least half the field's gone. Maybe 60% of the field, I think, by now.
more than that.
After four levels?
Time is 10 to 10. We'll have about
15 tables, you think?
I was going to say 12 or 13.
Okay. Fair enough.
Out of 36.
You have 12 minutes.
So you think 2/3 of the field will be gone after 4 or 5 levels?
And the super satellite should be going. Probably have 2 or 3 tables going there. Maybe 4.
Have a set of queens? Oh, no, ace queen. Or ace jack.
We run a super satellite $50 buy-in with $50 rebuys for our 2,500 championship event. For every 2,600 in the prize pool, we give away a seat, which includes the entry fee and buy-in.
What is that all about?
Make it 75.
Want to go clubbing tonight?
I can only imagine.
I don't know, but it's spring break, so it's
Seat 7 with, looks like,
Yeah, he's a big blind.
no, excuse me, seat 5. We can't tell what he's got. He made it 75. He didn't have his cards over the camera. Oh, excuse me, he's got 4-7 offsuit, Denny, making it 75 out of the big blind. Maybe he senses some weakness here. Now, seat 7 actually was the initial raiser.
I'll see when I get home.
Well, I guess I screwed that one up. Maybe seat 7 was the initial. Seat 7 was the one that took the pot down. The 8-6 offsuit.
Remember, we're live, unedited,
Right,
and
right.
unrehearsed.
Well, sometimes I look up the cards and I can't believe that they would make that type of move. So
Right.
I'm trying to figure out.
You are watching live at the bike. We're at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. Where the heck is Bell Gardens? That's about 10-15 minutes southeast of Los Angeles. Just off the 710 freeway at Florence Avenue. We're open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Come on down.
Now seat 7's got a real hand, and he's got pocket queens in the big blind. So let's see how he plays it.
only way you can call that. It's good. It's a really good play.
Pocket kings,
Pocket
seat 2.
Woo! And look at this, Jennifer. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Jennifer's
Seat
got
2.
Jack 10 suited, and
How much?
seat 2's raising to
30.
30.
That'll
Wow.
suck on him.
Now let's see if he flat calls here or if he puts in a re-raise. Thing with my queens here, I might flat call because I know that Jennifer most likely is not going to call because she's such a tight player. But I do run that risk. Although she might call for 30 here, though. If the stacks are deep, Denny, she could call for 30 with Jack 10 suited.
He's going to raise.
All right, now Jennifer's getting out real quick.
Raising 60 more, 90 total. Jennifer lays it down.
See if the guy cold calls here, if he re-raises. This guy's got 200 in front of him. Seat 2's got... Looks like 200 in front of him. So, well,
I think I'd go over the top, put them all in right here.
well, a lot of times if you see a re-raise out of the blind, you're definitely looking at a huge hand. Hopefully you don't have, and the guy's doing a Hollywood act here maybe. He might think he might have aces, but I think I probably would do the same, Denny. I probably would go all in with my kings and hope to God the guy doesn't have aces. Because what else are you going to do? You're going to see a flop and both of you are going to go all in anyways.
Right, you're going to put him in eventually.
Yeah.
So
The good thing is you have
be the aggressor. You got the best hand right now anyway.
Like I said, a lot of people won't do that type of raise with
Nice,
ace king
just
suited.
call.
So.
He's just gonna call.
Hopefully we won't see an ace to shut all the action down. I'd like
Hopefully
to see
we'll
some
see a
undercards.
king and a queen
Well,
on the
there you
flop.
go. All right.
No.
Now we can see no fooling around with both players.
Each of them have a big club.
See how queens plays here.
But I got revenge. I guess I'll come over to
You would think that he would want to probably put most of his money in here.
$100.
I think we'll probably see an all-in and a call. That's my prediction, Danny.
Don't you dare lay that in.
I can't imagine. Why would this guy flat call here is beyond me. Especially if the guy already has like 200 invested. There is no reason to call here. Really, Danny, there's absolutely no reason to call. When you only have 80 left, absolutely no reason. Okay, he's going to go all in, I hope.
If I raise 100, don't put this in, 'cause I want to leave it up.
Actually, I don't think that that's really allowed if he has the money on the table. He says he wants to raise 100 but not put the rest of it in.
Why? I couldn't understand why he didn't.
He said he wants to keep it if he loses, but maybe he really thinks the guy might have aces here. You know,
Well, you know, what are you going to do?
Maybe
you can't lay the hand down.
No, you can't. Okay, now we're going to see all in, I'm sure.
That's an interesting comment you just said. There's only one hand that can beat.
Now he's probably thinking, he's saying that there really is only one hand that he can beat, and I think he's probably referring to jacks here,
Probably,
you
right.
know. So it would be a super laydown. I just don't know. I think he's put so much money in the pot. Plus he's got the queen of clubs too. It's
I'd turn over my king right now. One king and
red king.
Because at this point, you got to know he doesn't have aces, right?
Who? Seat 7?
Seat 7.
Or seat 2? Oh, yeah.
Seat 7.
Yeah, because he probably would go right real quick.
Just look one card now, show it to you.
What, he has to see a card?
He's going to make a great laydown here, Denny, I think. I think he's going to make a good laydown.
I'm going to show you one card because I want you to close.
Oh, he is going to show one. He shows the king.
And he shows the king of clubs, which is very interesting.
You were nice enough to one card.
Now, in a tournament, you can't do that. You do that in a tournament, you're going to get yourself a 20-minute penalty.
Well, you know the funny thing about that guy showing the king of clubs, Denny, there? I don't like that move at all. Maybe show the red king, because the only two hands that he's going to have there, because the other guy has queen of clubs in his hand, he can only have king or ace king of clubs. Either hands, the guy's an underdog. So why would you show him that?
Well, he figured the pot was big enough.
Well, I think if the guy, like you said, if the guy's thinking that long, you know you have him beat, Denny. So once you show the king of clubs, the guy knows you either have ace king of clubs or kings. So
Hey, this is going to be the last hand I just heard. Jesse just walked in real quick. They hit the no-limit jackpot. How much? $47,000. Very good. A $100 game. Wow.
Jesse, you gave me some misinformation last week.
Oh, we'll talk about that. This is the last hand of the night, so let's hope it's a good one here.
We are going to be running cards multiple times on the 500 table.
You got ace deuce, C5.
Check. Check.
20.
Seat 6 has got 8-9. It's got top pair.
Call.
Let's see. Denny, this is what I'm talking about. It's like people calling with second pairs.
Yeah.
6-5.
6-5.
Seat 5's calling with ace-2 with a gut shot, and he hits it on the turn, Denny, and he checks it. Wow.
Which got the wheel, yeah.
50. Oh, I'm sorry.
Got the wheel. And is he just going to flat call?
Seat 7 came out betting.
I got a straight.
He's going to tell me he has a straight right away.
What are these guys, friends or something?
They must be, Denny, because the guy has more money left, so why would he do that?
Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that. That's not good for the game.
No, but you can. I mean, if you're playing with someone, you might have an agreement to check it down all the time.
Hey, don't forget, if you want to see this game or past games over and over again, you can go to our archive banner at thebike.com and subscribe and watch any show you want. It's only $14.95. I think we've run out of time, Bart, so we'll see you later. We'll be back tomorrow, 6 o'clock, 6 to 10, live at the bike. There's a heads-up match again tomorrow with Shirley Rosario.
Denny, we're scheduled to work again tomorrow from 8 to 10, so we'll see you guys
I do have a chance. I'm only done.
But I'm due for
both
a
again
hair.
tomorrow night.
Okay.
All of you tomorrow night.
Bye, y'all.
Good night.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.